individual was taken by ambulance out of the venue here, they would have been most likely brought up to that main lobby area. And I think it's important, I know we have that one video that you guys were playing. All the journalists were inside the ballroom. We couldn't get access back to that main lobby where these gunshots were fired, where those metal detectors were, because at a certain point there's a cutoff for folks, Seth, you know this. Everybody had begun eating their salads at that point in time. The national anthem had been sung, so there was no way to get back. And at that point in time, everybody that would have been at the dinner was already seated. So we were having conversations out here that in real time that the Secret Service must have understood this individual that was trying to gain access, we believe, to the event and to the dinner, must have been very much singular in his presence, because everybody that would have been seated at the dinner would have already been seated here. And you could expect outside where we're standing now is probably quiet too, because I know for everybody that was trying to get here, unlike in past years even, we are talking about within 3/4 of a mile, streets were shut down. So it was not just the perimeter being the Washington Hilton, but it was very difficult to get anywhere within a mile radius here of the Washington Hilton tonight. And so at that point in time, there should have been very few people that were just milling about, let alone an individual that we don't know who this person was here at this point in time. But I think that you could expect that there were serious questions about anybody that was at that point in time still existing in that area where the metal detectors were, understanding the president not even seated and everything. So I think there's a lot more questions there as you guys were talking about the layout of the Washington Hilton here, a place of the National Prayer Breakfast has been, a place where we now stand in understanding that they know this premise here very well. And of course, the team around the president has gone through and walked through this venue before when the president was here in the past for the National Prayer Breakfast. This was his first White House Correspondent Dinner as president, but they had been at this venue where the National Prayer Breakfast is every year.
Lon, this is a really interesting point because the president was attending tonight, really starting at like 6:15 tonight, probably 5 or 6 blocks around the Hilton. All those streets were shut off. Like I myself had to get out of a car and walk for a long time, so there were no vehicles or even people walking on any of the streets close to the venue. Given how long you've covered the president and traveled with him, Vaughn, I just want to read something that the Washington Post just put out. For people in President Donald Trump's administration who worked in his 2024 presidential campaign, and for many reporters in the room, the shooting outside the White House Correspondent Dinner was unnerving for how familiar it felt. Many had been in Butler, Pennsylvania during the attempted assassination of then-candidate Trump on July 14, 2024, including Lynn Patton, a close friend of the Trumps who currently serves in the White House. Standing in a blue ball gown at the Hilton on Saturday night, Patton appeared visibly shaken and said, "You can only be so lucky so many times." Here's President Trump.
Incredibly acted upon by the Secret Service and law enforcement, and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see a man charge a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms, a tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's got storm-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We did the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement. The law enforcement and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida,
That's the first joke of the speech here. You all know that story. He never ever talks about any of it because it might have been staged, and this might have been staged too.
We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, Liberals, and Progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that.
A joke with no laughs, except the comedians in the back by the bar stools.
Very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement, Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, and they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media.
Was that a doctor joke? Was that a picture of him as a doctor joke when he said he already knows he's sick?
Say a few words, and we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask. I want to thank the First Lady for the questions. I want to thank the First Lady for. That was a rather.
Well, pardon me, Your Majesty.
Stop, Chief.
Cool. Alright, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Alright, let's just do it. Let's just do it my way. Right? it the right way? I think, how do I want to do this? Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna do something else. I was thinking of doing something, and we're gonna do something else.
Avec notre correspondant Mathieu Mabin, Donald Trump qui s'est exprimé ces dernières minutes, qui a donc assuré que le tireur avait été arrêté, qu'il portait sur lui beaucoup d'armes. Voilà, pour ces toutes dernières informations, Donald Trump et son vice-président évacués du dîner des correspondants pour toutes les dernières informations sur ces évolutions et sur cette principale information de la nuit. Rendez-vous donc sur france24.com. Voilà, c'est la fin de cette édition. On reviendra évidemment sur cette information dans nos prochains journaux. Restez avec nous sur France 24 et France Info.
It's funny when you listen, you don't know the language.
D'abord, cette alerte dans ce magazine, cette alerte sur laquelle on s'arrête un instant cet été pour être le plus chaud jamais enregistré sur Terre. Les effets de la faune et de la flore sont indéniablement touchés. Des espèces contraintes de s'adapter pour survivre à ce dérèglement climatique. Vous voyez ce reportage signé Alexandra Renard et Aurore Chloé Dupuis.
À moins d'une heure au sud de Paris, dans cette prairie agricole se cachent des faons. Lovés sur eux-mêmes, immobiles, pour échapper aux prédateurs. À l'aube, Ségolène, agricultrice, et Almédine, droniste, sont en mission. Les sauver d'un autre danger, la fauche du jour. Cette caméra de haute technologie repère les faons pour que les agriculteurs puissent les déplacer loin des lames de leur moissonneuse.
Le drone thermique, il détecte la différence entre la température corporelle et l'environnement, et pour ça, le mieux c'est faire le matin quand il fait le plus frais dans la journée.
Un vrai défi car l'ONG doit passer au peigne fin 35 hectares de terre.
1, 2, 3. C'est un bébé. Ce sont que des adultes. Et on a trouvé un renard. C'est pas ce qu'on cherche. T'es pas en danger, mon petit. Fausse alerte, c'était une bouse. C'était une bouse qui chauffait et en fait ça faisait l'empreinte thermique.
Au bout d'une heure et demie, Almédine repère un faon.
J'ai failli le marcher dessus en fait. Sans le drone, en fait, on ne peut pas le voir. Oh mais il est beau. Regarde ses yeux.
Et en s'approchant, surprise.
Il est là, juste à côté.
Un autre faon. Probablement un frère ou une sœur. Ces petits ont moins d'une semaine, ils ne peuvent pas encore s'enfuir. Leur camouflage est leur seule protection contre le danger lorsque la mère doit s'éloigner. Pour éviter tout contact humain, Ségolène utilise des gants et des herbes hautes. Ensuite, elle le transporte hors de sa prairie de fauche, loin de la circulation et du village.
On essaye de les sécuriser au maximum et de les ramener dans le petit sous-bois au plus proche possible de leur maman.
La famille s'est probablement réunie. L'agricultrice les a revus le lendemain de la fauche.
Oh là là, mais quelle beauté!
Hors des bois cette fois, faisant leur tout premier pas. Au cours des dernières décennies, leurs habitats forestiers se sont réduits, morcelés par les routes, les aménagements et les exploitations agricoles. Les chevreuils se rapprochent donc des terres cultivées pour se nourrir. Ici, 1500 arbres et haies, récemment plantés par Ségolène autour de son champ.
Il y a des chasseurs qui m'avaient dit oui, tu verras, parce que je leur disais tuer des faons c'est abominable, enfin tuer des biches, des cerfs c'est abominable. Et ils me disaient tu verras quand ils mangeront des plants, etc. Je dis non, ils pourront manger un peu de plants, c'est pas grave.
Une fois les faons mis à l'abri, Ségolène donne son feu vert pour que Romain fauche sur ses terres. L'agriculteur intervient dans de nombreuses fermes. Le foin de prairie est habituellement fauché entre mai et juin, période où les chevrettes donnent naissance.
Le souci, c'est que
quand on a besoin de travailler, on est tous en même temps. Il n'y a pas assez de dronistes pour le nombre d'agriculteurs qui souhaitent faucher en même temps.
Et comment vous faites dans ces cas-là?
Bah, on fauche sans dronier.
Aucune donnée officielle n'existe en France sur le nombre de faons fauchés accidentellement. En Allemagne, pays voisin, jusqu'à 100 000 étaient tués chaque année, jusqu'à ce que le pays renforce ses lois sur la protection des animaux. Pour comprendre le comportement des chevreuils, nous nous rendons dans l'est de la France. Le nombre de faons a diminué ici de moitié depuis l'année dernière. Selon les scientifiques, contrairement à certains animaux sauvages, les chevreuils ne s'adaptent pas au dérèglement climatique. Avec la hausse des températures, le printemps arrive trop tôt, la femelle manque le pic de nourriture, son lait n'est plus assez nutritif pour ses nouveau-nés.
Le problème, c'est que cette chevrette, elle met toujours ses pics de naissance autour du 15 mai. Et pour l'instant, elle n'a pas changé sa date de mise bas, et on ne se l'explique pas pour l'instant, quoi.
Depuis un demi-siècle, scientifiques et bénévoles français marquent les faons, poursuivent leur développement. Mais ils doivent d'abord retrouver leur mère sur plus de 1300 hectares de forêt. Grâce à un traceur GPS, ils observent depuis quelques jours qu'une chevrette ne se déplace plus. Signe qu'elle vient de mettre bas.
Alors là, en essayant de l'approcher, l'objectif, ça va être d'essayer de la voir sans qu'elle nous ait repérés. Donc on va essayer de prendre en compte un petit peu le sens du vent, de manière à ce qu'elle ne nous sente pas. Et un petit peu faire attention à ne pas marcher sur des branches ou faire le moins de bruit possible.
Pour vérifier sa présence, ils imitent l'appel du faon. Pas de réponse, mais son petit est finalement repéré.
Vraiment beau. C'est beau. Ça fait un moment qu'on n'en a pas trouvé. Sincèrement, on était un peu désespérés les derniers temps, donc ça fait vraiment du bien d'en trouver un, puis c'est beau.
Si désormais les printemps arrivent avec un mois d'avance, avec des températures toujours en hausse, ces scientifiques affirment que 40% de la population des faons ne pourra pas survivre, c'est près d'un sur deux. Et quelques minutes plus tard...
apparemment, il y a quelqu'un qui a trouvé un faon mort.
L'animal sera transporté chez un vétérinaire pour une autopsie, afin d'établir la cause du décès.
De temps en temps, voilà, il y en a un qui peut arriver mort-né ou mourir quelque temps après parce qu'il est un peu trop faible.
L'émotion passée, l'équipe se concentre sur le premier faon.
Donc là, on le met dans un sac de manipulation. L'idée, c'est que l'animal soit un peu dans le noir et soit pas trop stressé.
Un marquage auriculaire, visible, pour le protéger. Ce faon sera désormais suivi toute sa vie. Les chasseurs ne pourront pas le tuer. Température, poids, analyse de sang... Il fait désormais partie du programme scientifique français, le plus important jamais réalisé sur l'espèce.
Toujours dans ce magazine, le Liban, maintenant, et ses chiffres a rappelé au moins 2500 personnes ont été tuées depuis le 2 mars dernier, près de 180 enfants parmi ces victimes, selon le ministère de la Santé. Les déplacés se comptent par milliers. À Beyrouth, la capitale, le cercle de la jeunesse catholique, vous allez le voir, offre son aide à ceux qui ont fui leur village du Sud. Voyez ce reportage de Serge Berberi.
À Beyrouth, ce centre est devenu un point de chute pour les déplacés de la guerre. Ici, on vient chercher de l'aide, mais aussi un peu de répit. Au cercle de la jeunesse catholique, tout est organisé en amont. Chaque famille est identifiée, chaque besoin recensé.
Toutes les familles ont été contactées par notre assistante sociale et par un groupe de jeunes. Donc on connaît chaque famille ce dont elle a besoin, 600 familles. Donc on donne aux familles un carton d'hygiène, de produits hygiéniques, un sac alimentaire et puis les médicaments, ça c'est le deuxième acte, dont ils en ont besoin, et puis éventuellement des vêtements et des couvertures.
Une aide essentielle dans un contexte où les besoins explosent. Parmi les déplacés, Andraos, 73 ans, originaire
I'm gonna eat this whole pizza.
village chrétien frontalier du sud Liban. Il a fui avec sa famille, laissant tout derrière lui.
Les bombardements étaient très violents, très effrayants. De nombreuses maisons ont été détruites par les frappes. Nous ne pouvons
Seems like you have a really interesting take on everything that's going on in the world right now.
Glad you think that.
So, why don't you just like lay out some of your backstory for folks who haven't heard of you?
Yeah, well, I'm born and bred Israeli. Went to high school there, the army there, was in intelligence, BA, MA there, worked for the Israeli government, foreign ministry, did a PhD in Canada, postdoc at UCLA, worked for Microsoft, and now I do geopolitical analysis professionally.
You got a PhD in intelligence? Is that what you
No, PhD in military studies in Canada. I did intelligence when I was in the army.
Oh, you were in intelligence.
That's right.
In Israel.
Yep.
How did that happen? How does one get into intelligence?
You go to the draft building, and they give you tests there. They give you aptitude tests, and then they give you a psychological test as well, and then they decide.
So you were in the Mossad?
No, the Mossad's not military. The Mossad is like the CIA, and then you also have military intelligence.
Oh.
Yeah, no, the Mossad is you need a certain kind of mental profile that I definitely don't have. I'm a nerd, I'm soft.
What is the mental? Is the mental profile screening similar to the CIA? I wonder.
The CIA has a lot more analysts.
I have an idea. I just had a genius idea. I've been trying to do this for years. I've been trying to do that for...
But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try to get with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be...
We're playing bounce around in the news for a second. One moment. They're doing,
That's my lunch! Hey, did you take my lunch? Oh, I tell them a story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So, you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily. You got... Dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country everywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year. And we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
There's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business? Yeah. Do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Will it turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much. If I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I think to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight, we heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
How impactful this was. Can we hear from her about...
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous...
I
would have reacted if he had said anything. He said people were crazy, which means nothing. With the psychology degree, he said, what else did he say? I can't even remember. He said we have to arrest everyone on Earth, which was pretty colorful. And he was just like, and we gotta go out there and vote. I was like, what did he say?
It's like a week deal, and they were letting it through.
Oh yeah, he was a basket case like my dad. And I think to myself, this guy is exactly like my father, whose black belt hangs on the wall. You know what I mean? A great kung fu. But like everything he knows is from Bugs Bunny. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of not a writer. He knows his lines. Trump knows his lines. He's not necessarily a brilliant writer. Because he'll use like Clint Eastwood's, basket case,
Well, a very good morning to you. You're listening to LBC and LBC News. James Hansen here with you, and we are bringing you rolling coverage of events in Washington where President Trump has been thanking the US Secret Service after what appeared to be shots were heard at an event he was attending. We have just heard from the president that a gunman armed with multiple weapons was taken down by, as he put it, some very brave members of the Secret Service. One Secret Service officer was shot from very close range, but was saved by his bulletproof vest. This happened at the annual White House Correspondents' dinner that the President and the First Lady and the Vice President, J.D. Vance, were attending. Stay with us throughout the morning for the latest on this. Coming up, going to be joined live by LBC's Ian Dale, who is in the US to cover the King's upcoming visit to America this week to mark the 250th anniversary of American independence. How will that be affected by the events overnight? But first, let's bring you the very latest from our ever-reliable Washington correspondent, Simon Mark. Simon, good morning to you.
I heard the king was there.
A tableau there in the White House briefing room, because it was extraordinary and indeed unprecedented. The president in the briefing room was flanked by the First Lady Melania Trump, by Vice President J.D. Vance, by Secretary of War, as the Trump administration refers to him, Pete Hegseth, by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, FBI Director Kash Patel, Acting Attorney General Tom.
Let's see if we can't get an actual news report about this. He cut the press conference, right? Let me get an actual news report instead of just a homework list.
Talked about perhaps the inappropriateness of the speech that he had intended to be roasting of the media and beyond, and talked, quite frankly, which is a moment of levity in an otherwise very, very somber moment. He also talked about and posted on his own Truth Social video, he mentioned multiple times about this suspect fleeing and running at a very high pace. You can watch it as unfolding right now. You're going to see from the left part of the screen in a moment.
Yeah, this is the first time that we are seeing this on the big monitor. The first time we are playing this at CNN. Okay, that guy
just quickly, and you see the area that they appear to be near. We were told earlier in the presence of a magnetometer. Look at the number of agents with weapons drawn who are running and pursuing this person. And again, note the very quick pace.
Target. This is what the Secret Service does actually very well in the wake of this kind of emergency and crisis, and they've done it several times before. One time finding the diary of the shooter.
Sort of go back to that point, Carol, that we do not yet know what the shooter's intended target was. Yes, obviously this was
That's a funny.
It was well publicized that the president.
I promise you there will be laughs tonight, okay?
But it was a room of over
I promise you, I will laugh at the funny parts for you tonight, at tonight's correspondence.
There were members of Congress, there were members of the administration, and yes, of course, there were the President and First Lady Melania Trump. But we do not yet know who specifically was the target, correct? That is absolutely.
I'm the first one to laugh in the audience. So when there's really funny things that they say on the news, I'll be the first one to laugh out loud. Right? And I'll really lean into how funny it is.
Once again, the first
Don't do it. We're going to go to checkmate. I win. Don't do it. Yeah, do a Melania quote. Don't do it because I'll checkmate you.
A name at this time. The president has said he's from California. He's in custody right now. This investigation is in the very early stages right now. And the FBI Director Kash Patel.
Oh, checkmate. Checkmate. I win. Checkmate. Check and mate. I win. You know what we'll do? You know what we'll do? We'll put them on mute and we'll go over to British news. Checkmate. I won.
Described the suspect as a coward. He said charges will be filed shortly relating to the shooting, to possession of firearms, and we know that an address in California is being raided for further evidence to see whether there are other
charges. Right. I mean, it sounds like my dad.
Towards the end of that press conference, that he did not think it was tied to the war on Iran, and it's not going to have any impact on his determination to win.
I thought he was going to do the... I turned him back on because I thought he was going to do the list. He sounds like my dad when he's, like, mad at us when we were kids. He's referred to as a whack job, a no-good, lazy... You know, I'll do it tomorrow. You never pick up your socks off the floor. You know what I mean? You know, your face looks weird, you know, and you look like one too, you know, like you disrespectful, disobedient little brats, and it's like. Dad, we didn't even do anything. And we don't even know what you're talking about.
Been bringing you over the last 90 minutes here on LBC that there are multiple people who attended the dinner saying that security was notably lax. The New York Times Washington correspondent Tyler Pager to his newspaper's website to say there was a heavy police presence outside the Washington Hilton, but no security screening required to enter the hotel. There were numerous pre-passes from various points of the hotel. However, to enter the building, were required to go through metal detectors, cavity bags, and TSA agents were among those involved in the security. But the security checks were only taking place for people who were already in the building and tried then to gain access to the ballroom where the dinner was taking place. But you could get into the building and go anywhere else in the building without security checks. And I can tell you from personal experience of that hotel, that is highly unusual. Normally, the magnetometers are all positioned in the hotel's driveway. You don't get into town without a magnetometer. On site, inside the place, and only then attracted the attention of security agents, Secret Service and the rest, when he charged the magnetometer at a rate of knots and attempted to race down the stairs into the ballroom.
We should probably change that back.
Massive questions about the security arrangements that were in place for this event. I know the president said he has full confidence in the Secret Service and believes that everything went down the way it was supposed to go down, but that is far from evident with regard to the broader security arrangements.
I gotta grab a Coca-Cola real quick.
At a hotel with form. This is the same hotel where John Hinckley attempted to assassinate President Ronald Reagan. You also, of course, heard President Trump in that press briefing, as we thought he might, accentuate the need for his ballroom to be completed on the ground where the east wing of the White House used to stand, because that way, he says, they can be absolutely sure of security and they wouldn't have to go off and use a commercial hotel for a dinner of this size. And remember, he's also grumbled in the last 48 hours about the fact that the state dinner for the King and Queen is going to be held at the White House, but that the ballroom isn't available for it. So I think interesting that he made that point tonight as well.
It is staggering, the apparent lack of security at this event, given who was attending, given we know that President Trump has faced assassination attempts in the past, and also given some of the other people there. I mean, you mentioned Melania Trump and how we learned in that recent documentary just how understandably concerned she is about potential threats to her life and her husband's life.
In theory.
Also in attendance, Erica Kirk, was she not the widow of the late Charlie Kirk?
I love how the British are so polite. They're like, in theory, Melania Trump is very concerned. In theory.
For a lot of the people attending, deeply alarming scenes.
Absolutely. Well, I see Congressman Richie Torres of New York has taken to Twitter to say no security screening was required to enter an event featuring the President of the United States, the Speaker of the House, cabinet secretaries and members of Congress. The failure of even the most basic security protocols, as inexplicable as it is inexcusable, demands an immediate investigation. So that's just one member of Congress already weighing in. I mean, again, from personal experience, and, you know, I've covered so many of these events in so many circumstances where security is unbelievably tight, and certainly much tighter than it was tonight at the Hilton Hotel. I mean, I cannot imagine. I can tell you that within the last 3 months, President Trump was at that hotel for a faith-based event. And I was on my way to work, and I passed that hotel every day on the way to work as I head down Connecticut Avenue to get to my office, which is directly overlooking the White House. And there were only about 15 protesters outside the event on Connecticut Avenue, and police and Secret Service completely sealed the road off. And you know, to put Connecticut Avenue into context, it's the main north-south thoroughfare that leads from the Maryland suburbs north of Washington, D.C., directly down to the White House.
You're kidding
so they
me, this
closed
thing
it
isn't
off because of the
attacking me.
presence of 15 protesters. I ended up having to get out of the vehicle that I was traveling in and wait for clearance to walk down Connecticut Avenue to head towards the White House. And looking across at the hotel, I could see the magnetometers outside the hotel in the driveway through which everyone had had to enter in order to attend that event, which was held in the same ballroom as the dinner was taking place tonight. So the idea that security for that event was tighter than security for this one seems extraordinary. It was raining here today, People were showing up in ball gowns and in all their finery. Maybe they decided to change the plan because they didn't want everybody getting drenched on their way into this very high-profile and, it is worth also noting, very controversial event here in Washington, D.C. But whatever the case, there's going to be a massive investigation demanded into why you could walk into the hotel and only go through security if your ultimate goal was to get to the ballroom where the dinner was taking place. That is definitely not standard security protocol for an event like this.
LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks reporting live. Good morning to you. If you're just joining us, James Hansen here with you on LBC and LBC News. The time is 4:16, and we are bringing you rolling coverage of events in the US, where overnight Donald Trump says the United States has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. He's been speaking in the past hour after being rushed away from the White House correspondents' annual dinner in Washington, D.C., where the sound of shots were heard. He has also posted on his Truth Social platform in the past few minutes a photograph of the alleged gunman. It shows him face down on the floor with his hands tied behind his back, surrounded by what appear to be police officers, federal agents, security personnel. Stay with LBC and LBC News for the very latest. On the way, can be joined live by LBC's Ian Dale, who is in the US to cover the King's visit, state visit to America this week. How will that be affected? What will the security implications be by what has happened overnight? Stay with us for the latest. James Hansen here with you. The time, 4:17.
This is LBC. Este es un anuncio de radio de Hiscox Business Insurance que pretende mostrar.
We'll get back into Alterac Valley when I'm done with the pizza eating. They increased the spawn rate on Araj, I just realized. They fucking hotfixed the game and increased the spawn rate on Araj, I'll bet. That's so bunk. Because I showed you guys how to do this on the stream. Oh no, there he goes. Maybe they didn't change anything. All right, I'll go back to Valley.
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine. We'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one. Yes, there appears to show, video appears to show the president falling down being escorted out.
No, we don't have any information that he was injured. Sure. So law enforcement in right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him. Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down. In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital, who took a range of windows, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
Are you looking at any terrorism threats? Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it.
Follow-up question: did any presidents take a bullet to the vest?
Have any implications for King Charles's state visit to the US over the coming days? Presumably security will be reviewed. I imagine that state visit will still go ahead, but it's not good timing, is it?
Yeah, it overshadows that visit, definitely, because there's going to be a lot of reporting in the next few days about who the shooter is, a potential motive, how it happened that he got so close. And so it's going to put a little bit of a damper on events. But you know how in Washington the news cycle moves very quickly. And so I'm sure that King Charles's visit will get a good deal of media attention. But definitely there's going to be tighter security than there would have been.
Indeed. Daniel, really appreciate the update. Thank you. Daniel Littman there, Politico's White House correspondent, joining us live from outside one of the after parties of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. If you are just joining us, good morning. James Hansen here with you on LBC and LBC News. We are bringing you rolling coverage of events in the US where Donald Trump has been rushed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner after gunshots were fired. We have heard from the US President giving a press conference in the past hour. He says the gunman, who was armed with multiple weapons, was taken down by some very brave members of the Secret Service. We understand one Secret Service officer was shot from very close range, but was saved by his bulletproof vest. And the President has shared on his Truth Social platform some pretty remarkable footage of what appears to be the start of the shooting. And we saw footage earlier of attendees of the dinner ducking under tables amid scenes of widespread confusion. Well, let's get more on this now and speak live to LBC's Ian Dale, who is in the US to cover this week's state visit by King Charles. And Ian, I wonder what you think this is going to mean for that visit.
Well, there will be heightened security concerns, I imagine, in Buckingham Palace, because it appears from what I've been reading, and I just heard you talking to Daniel Littman there, that the security at this event was incredibly lax. I've been looking at some reports from people who were there on X, and there was one American journalist decided to leave the event because she was so concerned at the lack of security. Her bags hadn't been checked on the way in. So I think there'll be some very concerned people, not only in Buckingham Palace but in Downing Street tonight at these events. I don't think it's not going to mean that it'll be cancelled, but I think you'll find that the FBI and the law enforcement authorities will be putting many more resources into protecting the King while he's here.
And I wonder, Ian, I mean, you are a great student of American political history, what you make of the apparent return of political violence in the US, because, you know, assassinations were sadly quite a normal thing in the 1960s, and this is the hotel where there was an assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan in 1981. But for many decades, we thankfully didn't really have any assassination attempts on US presidents. Then, of course, there have been several on President Trump in 2024. And now this. It's a pretty sad state of affairs.
Well, it almost comes with the nowadays, and you're right, this sort of thing was fairly commonplace in the 1960s. There was the attempt on Reagan in 81. I mean, let's remember that there have been sort of quite a few assassination attempts on various American presidents, but going back into the 19th century. So I don't think we should think this is something totally out of the ordinary. I mean, Trump's come here, and Trump said that, well, if you do controversial things, you've got to expect some people to react badly to them. Well, I mean, up to a point, Lord Copper, as they would say. I mean, nothing can justify any kind of violence like this. But look, America, compared to Britain, America is a sort of much more violent country. It's sort of, I think Americans somehow become inured to it. You look at the number of attacks, of gun attacks in schools. We don't have anything like that. Never have done. I mean, we had Dunblane, but I mean, it's very difficult to think of many other examples in Britain of that.
Another joke of the evening, right?
And if someone is determined to launch this kind of attack, they will do it if they can. I think there has to be questions, and even though the security services clearly acted brilliantly once it was underway, how on earth it was allowed to get to that point? Again, reporting on CNN, they were saying that the gunman reportedly put his weapon together inside the hotel. Well, how on earth did that gun get inside the hotel in the first place? So there are huge numbers of questions resulting from this.
It's funny, when Simon Marks mentioned that earlier, I don't know if you've seen the film from the early 90s with Clint Eastwood called In the Line of Fire, but it's about an attempted assassination of a US president at a hotel ballroom, and the gunman assembles a kind of self-made weapon inside the venue, and it did sound like something out of that film. But there is also a certain irony that some of the people attending, Ian, are people who sadly have first-hand experience of political violence. Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, in attendance. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whose father, of course, was assassinated in a hotel ballroom. So it would have been a very traumatic few hours for a number of people there.
Well, I think anybody attending, and I know quite a lot of people that were there. In fact, Corey, my LBC producer, said to me on Tuesday, I think it was, do you want to go to the White House Correspondent's dinner? And I said, well, I'm going to be in New York that night, so no, I can't. And
but you could have been there.
Left it at that. But I mean, yeah, in theory, I could have been there.
I guess you could
but
do
I mean,
that.
there's quite a few people, a lot of British journalists there. Harry Cole, I think, are you speaking to him? I think I saw on your window.
I think we may well be speaking to Harry Cole,
he was certainly there, and Stephanie Bolton, a friend of mine from who reports in America for Die Welt. She used to be the London correspondent. I know she was there. So it's the sort of thing. Look, I've never witnessed something like that, but I can imagine everybody who was there. I mean, they'll be traumatized by it, possibly for quite a long time, because everybody's brain reacts differently to this sort of event. And I mean, there comes a point where you think, well, I could have been in the line of fire. If he had got into the ballroom, I mean, who knows what might have happened. So, I mean, people think of broadcasters and journalists as sort of hard-nosed and sort of, but they're just human beings like everybody else. And you look at some of the scenes. I mean, when there was that attempt on Trump's life the last time, where the bullet grazed his ear. I mean, the scenes of utter trauma that happened with the crowd there. You don't forget being present at something like this.
And Ian, obviously you are in the US for LBC to cover the King's State visit this week. Just talk us through what we understand is going to take place. He arrives tomorrow, and then what are some of the events he'll be taking part in?
Well, the main, I mean, Tuesday I think is really going to be the main day when there will be. He's going to address Congress, the joint session of Congress, so the House of Representatives and the Senate. That will occur at 8 o'clock on Tuesday night, British time, so right in the middle of my programme. So I'm going to be broadcasting from Simon Marks' studio on Monday and Tuesday. We'll obviously cover him arriving with the president on Monday, but then there's a state dinner on Tuesday evening that will commence about 1 o'clock. I don't know if you're on overnights next week or not, but if you are, then that will be at 1 o'clock, well, effectively Wednesday morning, I suppose. And then after that, on Wednesday, he's due to go to New York. I think he's going to go to Ground Zero. I think he's going to meet some of the families of people who were killed in 9/11. There's going to be sort of 1-2 charity events there, I think, and then the King and Queen will come home. So I mean they've got quite a. Given the King and Queen are in their late 70s, they've got quite a tight schedule over those few days. So it's going to be very interesting to see how well. I imagine the speech that he is going to give to Congress will have to be slightly rewritten, and indeed at the state dinner. So this is going to have a slightly different atmosphere, I suspect, this whole visit compared to what it might have had before. But can I also just say one other thing? I mean, I've just been flicking through X. I don't know if you've done much of that over the past hour, but the conspiracy theories that are being launched about, Trump staged this. I mean, it's... I don't know. Morgan Freeman, the actor, has been sort of suggesting this, and you think, well, what planet are these people on? How would you even manage to do that? It's just for the birds, and people ought to know better to retweet this sort of thing.
It's not illegal. Well said, Ian. Appreciate the update. Thank you. LBC's Ian Dale reporting live from the US. Stay with LBC and LBC News together this morning for the latest from Washington, where Donald Trump was rushed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner after gunshots were fired. James Hansen here with you. Just gone 4:30 with the headlines. Tim Daly.
As you've been hearing with James, Donald Trump says the United States has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. He's been speaking after being rushed away from the White House Correspondents' Annual Dinner in Washington, D.C., when the sound of shots was heard. He's also been thanking the Secret Service and law enforcement teams while telling reporters he has studied assassinations.
The people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way.
Tonight would have been the first time President Trump attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Donald Trump has since called on people in the United States to settle their differences.
Look, there's the ones that are there, and then there's the ones that don't do much. And, you're just going to have to guess. I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea what they're talking about. Oh my God. Fuck that. Fuck. Fuck. We have to get a new microphone stand. This is not working. Fuck. I knew that was gonna be a problem too. Damn. What the fuck? Oh. Turn the news back on.
Because of the size of the room, no one else really heard it because it's such a cavernous sort of ballroom underneath the Hilton of Washington. This is a very famous sort of building within D.C. is where President Reagan was survived an assassination attempt in the 80s. Now, we were all there. And we were sort of getting down. Then there was a good 45 seconds to a minute before the president was evacuated from the stage because it took a little bit of time for that sound to filter through. I think most people couldn't hear it. So suddenly there was an almighty panic in the room as once the people saw the president and the vice president and the cabinet being evacuated from the room, everyone else hit the deck. But those of us on the tables nearest the doors kind of knew what was going on. It was very obvious. There was gunfire, and the Secret Service swarmed in, guns drawn, trying to get the VIPs, the principals, the politicians out of the room very quickly. But then all locked down for another.
That sound issue is their system, and it's not allowed because we're doing a sound test. In fact, I'm going to check our sound. I'm going to do a sound check. Yeah, when they come here, I'll flee back into that way. We've been having a big problem getting a flea out there. Okay, so what? Crit? No, hybrid. And hybrid has to, yeah, we have to fix that. Yeah, I don't like hybrid. Fix it. Save it. Hybrid. See that?
Incredibly high. So when the king and the president meet on Monday and on Tuesday, they were already going to meet within the closed, sterile environment of
fucking sound test guy out here. toward the dude. I forgot that when you do that, you want to be headed toward Van with your blink. So you always want to be facing toward Van.
Of a palace or a White House, it is pressing state of affairs.
Indeed, and I suppose you can never fully eliminate all risk. Just finally, Harry,
Exactly.
I should ask, how are you? How are you finding it all? Because, I mean, it must have been a pretty traumatic experience, but, I mean, the adrenaline's been pumping the last couple of hours, has it?
I was in the House of Commons when a crazed jihadist stormed the gates and killed a policeman and was shot dead. I've seen this sort of thing before. You know what? As a Brit in the United States, this is my first sort of encounter with gun crime, but I actually have to say, a lot of the American citizens who were in the room, they were pretty well versed in getting under the table pretty damn quick.
Yeah. Harry, really appreciate the update. Thank you for joining us. Harry Cole, editor-at-large of the Sun US, who was at the White House Correspondent's dinner. If you are just joining us, James Hansen here with you this morning on LBC and LBC News. We are bringing you rolling coverage of events in Washington where Donald Trump has been rushed from the White House Correspondents' dinner after gunshots were fired. The US president says a gunman armed with multiple weapons was taken down by the Secret Service. One officer was shot from very close range, but was saved by his bulletproof vest. The president has shared a picture of the alleged shooting suspect and footage of what appears to be the start of the shooting. The suspect is reportedly believed to be a 31-year-old man from California. It's understood he will be formally charged in court on Monday. We have seen footage of attendees of the dinner ducking under tables amid scenes of widespread confusion when the gunshots first rang out. And we heard from Harry Cole there just an insight, I suppose, into how confused and how chaotic things were when the incident occurred. And I'm really keen to hear from you this morning as to what you make of all this, and crucially, what, if anything, you think the implication should be for King Charles's state visit, because both the King and Queen due to arrive in the US tomorrow for what was already a highly anticipated and highly controversial state visit. We know there is opinion polling suggesting a lot of people don't even think this event should be going ahead full stop because of some of the things that President Trump and other members of his administration have been saying about, for instance, Sir Keir Starmer, for instance, NATO, for instance, the Falkland Islands, for instance, British service personnel in Iraq and Afghanistan. So already this was a highly contentious state visit. But now there'll be another question, which is it safe to go ahead? Is it safe for our head of state to go to Washington, given what has transpired overnight? Got a message here saying James and the King has to cancel his visit on Monday. They don't seem to be able to protect themselves, never mind the King. Mark in Norwich says cancel the King's visit due to security concerns. Is that where you stand on this, or would it not actually be an appropriate sign of solidarity for the King and Queen to go to the US and to reaffirm the special relationship? Because that, of course, is part of the justification for their visit. You know, this is to tie in with the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And, okay, we know the special relationship is in a slightly rocky place at the moment. Wouldn't this be an act of kinship almost to go, given what has transpired overnight, in spite of perhaps heightened security concerns? 03456060973 is the number to call. Send me a message on WhatsApp on the same number, or you can text me 84850. Stay with LBC and LBC News for the latest from Washington. James Hansen here with you. The time, 4:45.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. The fact that at times in this conflict we have had to look to the theocratic monstrosity that is the regime of Iran to shed some light on the truth of events does tell us something about the tenor of the American administration with which we are now dealing, because they are so often living in their own parallel slipstream of reality. We just can't look to it for anything. We can't look to it for any semblance of truth. Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Like this morning from 10. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
It's Munich, 1936, and all eyes are on the capital for the upcoming Olympic Games. As athletes fight for gold and the Nazis fight for power, Detective Sebastian Wolf faces a battle of his own in a search that will take him from high society to the city's darkest corners. Wolf is about to learn just how easily the hunter becomes the hunted. Evil in high places is the gripping new historical thriller from the million-copy bestseller Rory Clements. Out now.
At Ocado, you'll save 25%.
Yeah, beware of me. That's what that commercial is. Beware of me. Beware of me. Wow, look at that. There they go. Oh. I was supposed to attack his pet, but, you know, it's classic. In Burning Crusade, we would have been fine. Unfortunately, it's classic WoW, so you get a lot of that. It's been a while since we've really done this a lot, so I gotta get warmed up. We're not gonna get back in that easy.
That he was possibly a guest in the hotel. And as you know, it was at the Hilton Hotel, where it is where they hold the White House Correspondents' Dinner every year.
And we have heard in the past hour, Kadir, from various sources that the security at this event was perhaps surprisingly lax, given the nature of the guests in attendance, not least the President and the First Lady. Are you hearing that as well?
So it's really difficult to like pontificate on that at this point because we don't have any reports that suggest otherwise. As a person who has gone to the White House Correspondents' Dinner for the past 4 years, I would say, it seemed par for the course. It seemed exactly like the security, the same type of security it has been every year. So it's hard for me to say that it was lacking this year. What I will say is that I did see that there was a problem with security or Secret Service getting to the dais after we heard the gunshots. There's a video that I posted, and you can see them kind of climbing on chairs. So I thought that was interesting also. Doesn't feel like they were able to navigate as seamlessly as they should have been.
Indeed. And what is the kind of reaction to this in Washington, Kadir? Because we know there have been attempts on President Trump's life in the past. I mean, we don't know, but I suppose you can assume that the suspected gunman was potentially trying to make another attempt on the president's life. What is the mood music in Washington right now?
Yeah, I got him.
We don't know the motivation behind the gunman, but I would say people are in shock. You know, a little.
When I sheeped him, the sheep walks around, and that's how he pulled the boss.
Feel safe, and possibly making the connection to the president being there, but I would say people feel unsafe themselves because they feel like they were in a vulnerable situation as the gunman, rang shots through it.
And you mentioned, Kadir, that you have attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner in the past, a very famous event in Washington. Just describe for people in the UK how significant an evening this is, and also significant because, am I right in saying this was the first time that Donald Trump has attended as president?
Yeah, so famously, presidents throughout the years have come to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It is a celebration for reporters.
Wow.
Usually the president attends and, he makes a speech and sometimes jibing, or oftentimes jibing at the press and other people throughout the widely attended event. Donald Trump in the past has not. He has refused to come, and he decided to come this year, which, as to your point, is the first time he has come, not ever, but as a sitting president. So it was quite historic, and people were looking forward to hearing what he had to say.
Will they rearrange this year's dinner, or will it just be cancelled now until next time?
We have no idea. We have no idea. I mean, even the direction for the night was up in the air. At one point, they said they were reconvening and then, but half of the audience or attendees were being told to evacuate. So I'm sure there's a lot of planning that needs to be done, and there are a whole lot of conversations that need to be had before they make a decision on whether they'll have this again.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the president himself and the first lady who were there. It sounded as if all the great and the good of the Trump administration were there. You had Marco Rubio, right, Secretary of State, many other cabinet members, and of course many leading U.S. journalists.
Yeah, I have a video of RFK Jr. being escorted out. There were also members of the House of Representatives, top members of the House. I have video of Steve Scalise, Majority Leader Steve Scalise being escorted out, as well as Tom Emmer. So yeah, these were all top officials coming, especially Republican, and there were Democrats there as well, but these were a lot of cabinet members, and so Lee Zeldin also, and also a lot of members of the House of Representatives, some of them second and third in line, like Speaker Mike Johnson.
Yeah, and I mentioned a little earlier, it struck me as very sad and ironic that one of the attendees was Erica Kirk, the widow of the late Charlie Kirk, who of course was assassinated less than a year ago. So for her to be witness to this must have been incredibly upsetting.
Yeah, for her, for a lot of people, I can't imagine what after losing her husband to such a tragedy, how it felt. But there are also a lot of reporters in there who was in the House chamber, like myself, on January 6th, and some of that was very reminiscent of what happened tonight.
And that is, it strikes me, and it probably strikes a lot of people in Britain, Kadir, that it is. There are sad times, really, in the US, that there is an increase in political violence. From January the 6th, the attempted assassinations of President Trump, the Charlie Kirk killing last year, now this. Obviously political violence is nothing new in America. In the 1960s, it was all too common, but it did feel like for several decades, things had improved, and now it feels like the US has taken, sadly, some steps backward on that front.
Cannot speak to whether or not it's political violence unless you have some reporting that I do not have. But I will say, any gunman at any political or political adjacent event is never a good thing. And I think that will probably stir the conversation from now and weeks going forward.
Kadir, really appreciate the update. Thank you. Kadir Gover there, political reporter at Washington, joining us from Washington, D.C. We are keeping you across events in the American capital tonight, where Donald Trump says the US has been attacked by, as he put it, a would-be assassin who sought to kill. He has been speaking in the past hour or so after he was rushed away from the White House Correspondent's annual dinner in Washington, D.C., where the sound of gunshots were heard. President Trump also says one officer was shot but was saved by a bulletproof vest. He has called on people in the US to settle their differences peacefully. I wonder what you make of all this, and I also wonder, we're going to explore this a little bit later on after 6 this morning, what you make of the implications for King Charles's upcoming state visit. And when I say upcoming, it's tomorrow. He arrives, he lands, along with the Queen, on Monday. And he's going to be there for 4 days. This was already a much anticipated and highly controversial state visit. A lot of people saying it shouldn't be going ahead anyway because of some of the stuff Donald Trump and other leading members of his administration have been saying about Britain, have been saying about Keir Starmer, saying about the NATO alliance, saying about our service personnel standing a little back from the front lines in Iraq and Afghanistan, reportedly reviewing US support for British sovereignty over the Falklands. I mean, you can go through the list of reasons some people have been citing for this state visit to be cancelled, and now you can add to the ledger security concerns, serious security concerns, because our head of state, our king and queen, will now be travelling to a city where there was a suspected shooting at an event attended by the US president. And I wonder what you make of that. 03456060973 is the number to call. And Kadir is right. We do not at this stage know the motive of the suspected gunman. It is being reported he is a 31-year-old man from California who was staying at this hotel in Washington as a guest. Donald Trump has described him as a would-be assassin who sought to kill, but what we certainly can say is that there have been too many incidents of political violence or attempted assassination in the US over recent years. And although you can never fully eliminate the threat of it, it does feel as if American society has gone backwards when it comes to the safety of public officials. And we can't be complacent either about the United Kingdom. I mean, remember, sadly, in the past decade, we have had 2 British members of Parliament assassinated, Joe Cox and Sir David Amess, so we can't be complacent either. And there is a certain irony as well that the hotel at which this event was taking place, the Hilton, was the hotel at which John Hinckley Jr. attempted to assassinate then President Ronald Reagan in 1981. And now we have this latest incident. Stay with LBC and LBC News throughout the morning for the latest on this as we bring you coverage. Donald Trump having been rushed from the White House Correspondents' dinner after gunshots were fired. The US president says the gunman armed with multiple weapons was taken down by some very brave members of the Secret Service. One Secret Service officer was shot from very close range, but was saved by his bulletproof vest. And if you go onto the President's Truth Social platform, you will see some pretty remarkable footage, CCTV footage of what appears to be the start of the shooting. Coming up. Well, Donald Trump is safe this morning after suspected gunshots were heard at an event he was attending in Washington, D.C. We will keep you across the very latest.
A sausage roll and so from Greggs, but we've got evidence now that the cumulative impact of this one thief can often go into thousands of pounds.
The UK's largest bakery chain, Greggs, is rolling out new so-called fortress stores where all products will be served from behind thief-proofed counters. So here's what I want to explore with you this hour. First of all, isn't it thoroughly depressing that Greggs have to take this action? And should it really be down to retailers to prevent shoplifting? 0345 60 60 973. Call me now.
could have done that better. Oh. He's immune. Do I not have food anymore? I don't even think I have food anymore. There. That's better. Alright. Here we go. Now, this was the other part. God damn it. I just knocked my knife across the... I was gonna say, if it's, we could, if we had the graveyard here, we don't have the graveyard yet, like we had it but we didn't cap it. We capped it but we didn't own it yet. If we were rezzing at that graveyard, we could go to the ramrod and retreat, but right now we're gonna retreat back at there. Sorry, dude, I'm trying to get these guys out. I fucked that up very bad. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do it like that. No. Oh, I panic. I panic drank. Panic drink. There's the counter spell. I think the sound system is fixed, though. I actually fixed the sound system permanently.
Officers, if actually the prosecution of shoplifting was more effective, maybe we wouldn't need to have retailers doing this. Or maybe you think actually the cause of shoplifting.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Do it right. Get this
0-0 Creighton in the second. But the Huskies started chipping away at that deficit in the bottom.
Top officials here in terms of the job that law enforcement did. I will say the president was asked about the Secret Service and whether or not he thought that they were doing a good job tonight. Both he said yes, so did the new DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, as well as obviously there are still so many questions that remain about how this person, who DC police confirmed was a guest at that hotel, where you see, Jim, when you're going down to the terrace level where you go and check in with your security and with the magnetometers, there are regular guests just seated there watching everyone. It's an event here in Washington. There's a lot of people who go and watch to see who comes in. And obviously this person was a hotel guest. And so a lot of questions still going forward about the motivation and the planning that went into this attempted attack as the gunman came in tonight.
And it is a good point you made, Caitlin, about how long it took, because it was several minutes before other security agents secured other senior government officials who were in that room, and then there was time after that, as you mentioned, of Congressman Mike Lawler standing next to me, a good hour afterwards, right? In the midst of this, have you heard any complaints from White House officials about security, or was it just praise of the reaction times of those officers present?
So far, they're praising the reaction times. I think that's why the president posted that video. You see how quickly they respond. But obviously, there's going to be a lot of questions in terms of security and checking names and tickets, getting to that lower level of it. I mean, I've gone to the White House Correspondent Center many times. The security is always enhanced when the president is there, which this is the first time for President Trump to come. I remember when President Biden was there. But you go through Secret Service magnetometers, and they check your bags, they check what's on you, they wand you. Obviously, that's what the suspect was approaching as they were going in. But there still will be questions raised about the protocol going into this beforehand and what happened in that room. But I mean, Jim, you were there. To describe to someone who wasn't, as they just swarmed the room in that moment, and everyone was crouched underneath tables, looking around, not really sure. Was it, as the president himself said, maybe someone dropping a plate that sounded like a loud noise, but obviously confirmed gunfire, as people outside the room, like Wolf Blitzer, can attest to.
No question. Well, Caitlin, thanks so much for joining. We appreciate it. Certainly not the end of this story. Joining me, CNN's Alex Michelson, who was also in the room. And listen, first of all, folks are safe. I mean, that's something we should say in the midst of this, that is a good thing. The president is safe. And in those moments when you hear gunfire, and sadly, if you're one of those people who have been through this before, these are nervous times. And as I was on the floor there watching this unfold, you didn't know that it was over right after those initial moments of gunfire. Yeah.
Because it was not clear in the room that it was gunfire.
Right. Well, it's always that question. I think, and maybe you've had the same experience. Anytime there's a shooting and you talk to eyewitnesses, they will say, I thought it was firecrackers or a car backfiring.
Well, I mean, it's such a crowded room.
It is.
There's plates, like literally they just announced that dinner was about to be served. So the idea that somebody in the thousands of trays that would be out there and dinner plates maybe drop something was the more logical conclusion than that.
Folks, you go to what's the most likely explanation, and I think you almost try to banish the thought, right, that it was gunfire, but it turns out it was gunfire. And then you had that long period, as Caitlin and I were talking about, where we didn't know, and we also didn't know if it was contained.
Right.
That was the issue.
Right. And so this entire room is sort of ducked under the tables.
Yeah.
With the prospect, what if there is an active shooter? Could they be coming towards us? So that in itself was a scary situation, not knowing that. And then also some journalists, because this is their nature, want to get out their phones and start recording history. Because
I saw a lot of hands above the table, and that was one of them. I mean, listen, you make judgments in the moment because, of course, you want to be safe, but then you're also trying to record the events as they're happening before your eyes.
And this just sort of quick turn from one of the rare nights where journalists kind of have a night off, right? Everybody's dressed up, relaxing. Wine has been served for people, and then all of a sudden it's on to work mode, and everybody trying to figure out what happened. Also in that room, not great cell service, not great internet, and then everybody was locked in. So you have all of these reporters in one place, a lot of whom not knowing what's happening, and these are the people that so many people turn on to tell them what's happening now in that situation. And getting into the place was also kind of interesting, just for some context for people. It was pouring down rain. There were loud protesters outside, and all they asked you to get in was like a ticket that, they didn't ask for your ID or anything.
Just a senior invitation.
So obviously that really give some context of how to get in there, I was surprised. This was my first White House correspondent. That frankly it wasn't harder to get in that building.
I've been to a few, through the years, and this has been standard because this is a public building.
Right.
It's a hotel with other guests there. So to enter the hotel itself, you don't go through a security cordon because there are other guests there. You did have to show that you had a ticket to get in. But it's not until you get closer to the ballroom that they have those magnetometers and you go through that security screening. It's always been that way. And we'll have later conversations during this hour and the next hour with security experts as to whether in the current environment that setup is still possible. Right? Because you could get remarkably close to the point where this guy could make a mad dash, right? And get pretty close to the ballroom where the president was seated.
And by the way, like the beginning part of it, walking in the red carpet area, there were a lot of cabinet secretaries. There were a lot of high-profile Congress people that were walking there. That would have been an area before you went through a magnetometer or something like that in that situation as well.
Yeah.
So I think they have to think about their security plan again after all of this.
Yeah.
But it really was a remarkably sort of scary and surreal moment being in there. It felt to me sort of like living through a movie, like one of those scenarios you would see in something like that. It reminded me almost of a West Wing episode when they all went into the security room and they're all dressed in tuxedos. It felt like that.
And there were questions because I remember when this wave of security officers came in following the initial event. Now, as it turns out, those were security officers. They were going in to secure other principals in the room, cabinet secretaries, etc. The question in my mind was, were they in the room because the shooter was in the room, right? Why were they then swarming again? As it turned out, it wasn't, thankfully. Lots of questions answered. Alex, good to have you. Please stay with me because joining us now is CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former deputy FBI director Andy McCabe. Andrew, it's good to have you here. To the question that Alex and I were just raising, the security was quite standard for this kind of event. The question becomes, is that standard where you can get into the building and then only when you get close to the ballroom where the president is do you go through that security screening, whether that fits the time, right? Fits the time in the current threat environment.
Yeah, Jim, I think that's a really foundational question in the aftermath of this attempted attack. There's a reality side to that equation, which is that these are where ballrooms are. They are part of larger facilities that also have to, they're businesses. They have to rent rooms. They have restaurants. They have people coming in and out for other events all day long. So to the extent that you kind of can't avoid dealing with these this particular sort of setup, but although the Secret Service members who are on site tonight performed extraordinarily and eliminated the threat and nobody got hurt, which is a remarkable result, and obviously hats off to them. I still think there's a question of whether the way that physical perimeter was set up was adequate. I guess, was it adequate? Yeah, well, they stopped the guy, so I guess it was, but how close was he to getting past that part, after he goes off the frame to the right as you're looking at that video? The question is, how close was he to actually making it through? And, keep in mind, that was not apparently a time at which the security screening was overwhelmed. There were hardly any people coming in at that moment, and yet one very determined guy who had a plan, obviously, before he got there, was able to get pretty far beyond. Of course, he wasn't in the room with the president, but I still think that despite great results, they probably do well to ask themselves questions about how they should do
is a flight of stairs above where you enter the ballroom. So the shooter would have had to get through the magnetometer and then down that flight of stairs into the room. That's a step, but you could do it in seconds, right? It's not a impossible step to take. I guess the thought that occurs to me, Andy, is that when I was going through those magnetometers a short time before, when there were dozens, hundreds of people doing the same, the fact is this shooter could have killed other people, right? You know, without getting to the president. It could have been a mass shooting event, you know, quite easily.
Absolutely right. And, you know, having trying to get just gas in the event, and you add the very much more complicated and potentially illegal means are at the site of the place they're able to get to beyond that.
Yeah. You know, there was a moment, well, it was more than a moment, when it was our understanding, based on our White House reporters, that President Trump very much wanted to return. He wanted to return. He wanted the event to continue. And in fact, there was an announcement made by the White House Correspondent Association in the midst of this that actually the dinner was going to continue, which surprised me to some degree, I will say. And again, you know, I'm not a security expert, but it struck me that at that point, how could you make a reliable judgment that there wasn't another remaining threat? Did you know for certain that this was a lone actor? Did you know that there weren't other devices planted there? Right? I mean, we've seen attacks like that before. I mean, it seems that ultimately the president and the organization arrived at the wise decision not to continue this dinner. But, you know, had the president returned, would you have considered that a smart thing to do?
Jim, as a former law enforcement officer and you know, security executive leader, there is no chance, there's no circumstances under which you could advise the host of that event, the president and his team, anything other than send everyone home. We have to freeze this place. This is a crime scene now. We have to collect evidence, and but most importantly, we need to find out if there's anyone else in here. There are opportunities to, you know, it's potent, you know, any group of people could potentially plan to send one person through, notoriously just running through the scanner to attract the law enforcement response and to distract from a potential entry or vulnerability someplace else. So, yeah, as a security or law enforcement person, there is really no other recommendation you could possibly ever give. Now, of course, we're talking about the President of the United States, and he can essentially decide whatever he wants to decide. But the judicious course was to do exactly what they did: get those people out of there and take this place back under control.
And, you know,
We should evocate there after this warlord. I'll evocate.
because of course Hilton, although the exterior was where Ronald Reagan was shot in 1981, that same hotel. A lot of sad history there. Andy McCabe, appreciate having you. We're gonna have the latest on our breaking news when we return. We should know that the suspect is in custody. He's been identified. His cabinet members, members of Congress, others in the room, all safe. This after shots were fired during the White House Correspondents' dinner here in Washington, D.C. earlier this evening. Please do stay with us.
Did you give your name? No. You know the right questions to ask.
With that, we believe is a property associated with him. I'm not sure if it's where
He won't
actually
pass
lives
these
or a
gates,
relative
right?
property, but that is a property we believe associated with him. And you're absolutely right. It's really disturbing that this kind of planning went into this, Sean.
Yeah, those gates right there, Araj will never chase me past it unless I do damage. Like if you have molten armor on, you can do damage, but he's a caster, so I don't know how you would. Oh, I said I would start using my evocates. Normally we'd wait with evocate. There you go.
I don't worry about the beast. I don't worry about Air Force One. But if a president is going to be in an off-site location like this, it is certainly, I think we have got to look at these three.
Whoop. That was not good. That's right. We save evocate because these guys mana burn like really bad.
Regularly, Sean is just giving the impression that he shares your concerns and he is asking questions about your concerns.
So technically I should just save evocation because one of these times I won't be paying attention and they'll mana burn me. So I really got to save it, not use it.
Immediately after it happened, I just kind of hang out and hear you know, just to give some people some insight into the way he thinks. The guy that we saw in Butler, saw the world saw that night. The guy that got up and after being hit with a bullet, you know, screamed fight, fight, fight. That said, no, you're not taking me out on a stretcher. That guy was in that room, in that holding room, seconds after this all happened tonight. That guy was saying, we're going back out there, and, you know, I'm sure everyone around him was like, no, we really don't want you to do that. At that moment, we didn't know. At that moment. And so, you know, and you got to give the president a lot of credit, too. I mean, the fact that instantaneously the next reaction was, well, it's going to take 5 hours to sweep the room. There's no way that we're going to be able to pull this event off. Okay, but we're doing it again within the next 30 days. We're going to do it's what makes this person very unique, a very unique figure in history. And I don't think he's wrong either in saying, you know, whether you like President Trump or you don't, he is consequential. Everything he does is big, it is consequential. He does not deliberate, you know, through this prism of, oh, how will the history books see me? You know, on the issue of Iran, for example, if they can't have a nuclear weapon, end of sentence, they're way closer than anybody thought. We will stop and we will neutralize that threat. Knowing that there will be people that maybe disagree, there certainly has been no shortage of critics in that regard. But that is who he is. That defines him, and I think that is what separates him from so many other presidents. And unfortunately, I think when presidents start thinking about their legacy and they are governed by fear, which Donald Trump really doesn't know in the sense that most people do, this is the guy that you have here. And he showed it. Look, you saw it in his press conference tonight, but that's what I was hearing in real time tonight. Yeah. And so,
talking on that, I feel that we've watched presidents throughout the last few decades. We see them age before our eyes. President Biden is a whole different kettle of fish, obviously, but I feel like President Obama, you saw him age.
That's an understatement, Jonathan. That is an understatement, but go ahead.
But President Obama, we saw him age. His hair changed color. I think both President Bushes looked considerably older within 4 years of taking the presidency. President Trump doesn't seem to me, despite all the pressures he's under, despite everything he's been through, despite the attempts on his life, he doesn't generally seem to be aging in the same way that other presidents have. His energy levels are clearly unmatched, I think, in presidents we have seen. What makes him so energetic, do you think?
You know, I've often kidded with him that if he could, he would sleep in the Oval Office. This way, he wouldn't have to walk that far to get to work and go right back to work the minute he woke back up for the few hours that he does sleep on any given night. You know, he said it tonight, and
I'm not going to make it. We're going to miss the boat.
genuine, it's very sincere. He loves this country, he loves this job, he's dedicated to it, he knows
Where are they?
the risks that are associated with it. He accepts it, and he moves
Oh no, we're okay. We got another minute before they get here. I see I should have been looking down here on the map.
It's actually the opposite. I mean, the more that you push him, the more that he's willing to take more chances, which is the opposite of most people in life. And, you know, if I've learned
Is
one
that?
thing watching him and observing him, you know, I've never seen any one political figure in my lifetime, and I don't think we'll ever see one again, that has had to withstand so much in terms of what they have thrown at him for the entire 11 years this man has been on the political scene
Oh, wow. Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, right. I gotta practice that because I definitely gotta practice that one. I know. If they're gonna do that every time, I know what to do now. I got this.
Sean, it is always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
Sean
Great job.
Hannity, a consequential president. Like him or not, he is certainly a consequential president. Joined now by correspondent David Scott, who is live at the White House with the latest from there. Hello, David.
Hello, Jonathan. Good to be with you. President Trump, the First Lady, other members of the cabinet spoke tonight here in the White House.
Opposite of what our democracy is about. It's so opposite, frankly, of the very event that we were all at tonight, celebrating free speech and, yes, celebrating the freedom of the press. And I still feel so honored to be able to come on this network and talk with you and report and share the news that we dedicated ourselves to, even though right now we are the story and we never like to be that.
Ali Vitali, thank you so much for your time and for joining us tonight. I want to bring it to our...
Where there was no information. You had several hundred journalists in the room.
I thought this class was 3 hours. No, it's...
Shooter. Was there actually a shooter? Right. Were there multiple shooters? Was the shooter apprehended? Was the shooter dead? We didn't know.
It only second for me when I tried to exit one of the side doors, trying to...
Oh, I missed the AOE. No way. I didn't have enough mana for that one.
CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst John Miller joins me now. John, you've covered your share of shootings and been involved with them in your own time in the NYPD. Tell us what your impressions are of this and what we know about the shooter, the weapons, and how he managed to get so close.
Well, what we know about how he managed to get so close is, as he approached the checkpoint, he just bolted into a run like he was a football player going down the field. And the fact that the Secret Service people on both ends of that reacted so quickly is why he didn't get far. But his weapons were a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives. So he is a man who came with a plan. He didn't bring all of those weapons on the idea that he might just use one of them. So the fact that he had booked himself a room in the hotel, which is one way he could have gotten access or more access than somebody just walking in off the street. You've been to this event before. You know, they want to see an invitation coming in. They want to see a ticket going down.
Okay, I'll sell my grays like a normal person. Fine longsword. Tapered greatsword. Sometimes I hang on to those, but just for the camera, I'll sell them like a normal person.
Establish that kind of access, see how close he could get, and then make a run for it, which failed for all the right reasons. What do we know about him? He's 31 years old. He comes out of Southern California, just outside of Los Angeles in Torrance. He went to University of California in Dominguez Hills, then seems to have gone to Caltech. Very interested in space, interested in rockets, interested in engineering. Seems to be
Which has nothing to do with space and rockets and engineering, and everything to do with missiles and the Strait of Horus.
really jumps out and says to us, radical fringe or he's dangerous or anything else.
Your hair looks great today, man. Don't lose it. You're on TV. Don't cut the fringe. I think keep it big in the front and comb it over.
The real security begins as you get close to the ballroom. Yes, you have to show your invitation, but let's be frank, that's not the toughest security cordon you'll get through.
Yeah, just a little bit off the top.
Kind of event with that kind of security where you're allowed to get that close before you hit the metal detectors and the more serious security.
Well, while the FBI is investigating this individual and the criminal case, the Secret Service...
Okay, I'll send it to the right thing. That goes to clothes, man. That goes to Potion House. Those 5 Major Heal potions will go to Potion House. And then I'll keep those as my new potions. Drop these Scourge Stones off. How are we doing on those, by the way? Where are they? There they are.
In the lobby, and then goes down to where the checkpoints are with the Secret Service Uniform Division going through that screening process, and they're screening hundreds of people into that dinner. I mean, it's a massive event, and they do that very efficiently.
Yeah, so I should probably start handing these things in, huh? Are we revered yet? Oh, I'm honored. When we get revered, apparently we're going to hand those all in or something.
He was a level above it and outside the doors, and there was more protection downrange from where he was if he got past what we saw in the video, which he did.
Yeah, smart point, John Miller. Appreciate having you. Thanks so much. Well, joining us now...
It's something like that. I can't remember. Maybe we should hand them in now. I'm gonna go hand in some of these now.
As the gunman rushed security, Blitzer joining us on the phone right now. Wolf, first I want to say I'm glad you're safe because you were closer to this than any of us. Tell our viewers what you saw.
It was just a coincidence. I was inside with 1,000, more than maybe 2,000 other people, a lot of journalists, a lot of Washington figures, a lot of members of Congress, Senate, the House, and of course the President and the members of his cabinet. They were all there. And after the first course, I got up from our table, our CNN table, which was here in the front, and walked out the back door. I was going to go to the men's room, which you had to go up one level upstairs and go to the men's room. And I went to the men's room. As I was walking out of the men's room to go down the stairs to go back to the ballroom, all of a sudden I hear gunshots going off, and I knew they were gunshots. I covered wars and I heard the gunshots, and all of a sudden the next thing I knew, I see the gunman maybe 3 or 4 feet away shooting, and it looked like he was just firing randomly at the top, firing hitting a big gun, it was a big gun, and within a few seconds, all of a sudden the police officer comes running up to me and pushes me down to protect me, because he didn't know who this guy was shooting at, and here I was standing there not very far away, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 feet, whatever.
Did you guys breathalyze Wolf Blitzer tonight? He sounds drunk, yo.
Journalists who were just walking around coincidentally. It was very, very scary. It was very frightening. But thank God I'm
safe with Lynn. Did you, and listen, in those moments, split seconds, was it clear to you that the officers fired back at the gunman?
No, it was when I was there. The only thing I heard was the shots coming from the gunman, and it looked like he was just randomly pulling the trigger and shooting. And I didn't know if he was shooting at some specific target. If he was shooting at me, I had no idea. So even before the police officers threw me to the ground, I was ready to just lie down and make sure that none of the bullets, if they were stray bullets, would hit me. But before I could just jump to the ground and lie down, the police officer jumped on top of me and pushed me to the ground. And he was lying on top of me. If there were stray bullets, he would have gotten shot, not me. So I just scrambled to him.
They thought they heard a sound, and then they just heard a lot of people kind of screaming and scrambling and rushing and jumping over tables. They don't hit
I think I heard at least half a dozen boom, 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 big gun, very loud gunshots.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking, Wolf, all the wars you've covered, war zones you've been in, and here you are at home in a hotel you know well, where maybe you come closer to gunfire than you have, right? I mean,
I was 3 feet away from this guy when he was shooting, and I've covered wars in the Middle East and elsewhere, and I've seen the gunshots, but I was so much closer to a gunman who had a lot of bullets, and he was just shooting. I don't know if he was targeting something.
Check 1 2 2 2 2. Wow, that was loud.
I had probably been over my years at CNN, 30 of these White House Correspondents Association.
I'll bring the microphone down a little bit again.
The security going in, and I think you agree, was really intense. You couldn't get a car near there. You had to park.
Yeah, I'll come down on my gain a little too.
You had to drive over here 3 or 4 blocks away and just walk there. It was very, very secure, very intense, all the security, which raised, even as I was walking in, I say to myself, I've been to these dinners many times, even when there are presidents there, I haven't seen security like
I actually think it helped to bring the gain down a little too.
indication that something could happen. That's why they're doing all this advanced security. And I have no idea if they had any knowledge that there was something going on, but I'm sure they suspected it, given all the publicity that was around it.
That should be fine.
The president was going to be there, and the fact that there would be hundreds of journalists who were there. So it was just a scary situation.
no question. Well, my friend, I'm glad you're safe. Thank you for sharing your eyewitness account.
Yeah, it was a scary eyewitness situation, but I'm glad it's over.
Indeed, are there. As we've been reporting, President Trump.
So if I bring this with me, then I'll know if the cue pops.
After the shooting, when we come back, we're going to take a look at how security responded, the security setup in advance of this, with our senior national security analyst.
He was a guest at the hotel. It is extremely hard to get a reservation at this hotel during White House Correspondent season, so I think there's going to be a lot of questions about how he was able to get a room and stay at this hotel. But there does seem to be, and the president was pretty effusively praising the response. So I think, yes, there are going to be a lot of questions about security in this hotel specifically, but it does seem like the threat was addressed pretty quickly.
And presumably, Lauren, broader questions about security in Washington, D.C., given King Charles is due to visit tomorrow.
Well, exactly. The president was asked. He gave a press conference shortly after he said he wanted to actually address the room at the gala, but that his Secret Service said it was not a good idea. So he held a press conference at the White House, and he was asked, about this rising level of political violence in the U.S. and he said that that's sort of just the cost of doing business, and it's a dangerous job, and he said being president was more dangerous than being a bullfighter, and said this is kind of just came with the territory. So he didn't, he's obviously someone who's gone through one very serious assassination attempt and a second one later in 2024, so he is strangely accustomed to this, but he didn't seem to kind of use this as like a galvanizing moment to address political violence either.
Lauren, really appreciate the update. Thank you. Lauren Gambino there, senior US political reporter for Washington, bringing us the latest after Donald Trump was rushed to safety earlier after gunshots were fired at the White House Correspondents' dinner in Washington. Stay with LBC and LBC News for the latest on that story throughout the morning. Time right now is 5:42. James Hansen here with you. Let's return to our conversation about shoplifting. I mean, this is a conversation that you and I have had time and time again. And yet nothing seems to be getting better, despite the fact there is probably more public awareness now of the increase in shoplifting. And remember, this is not me hyping up the problem. The statistics show it's at the highest level since records began. It's more than doubled in the past 5 years. And now we hear that Greggs is rolling out new so-called fortress stores where all products are going to be served from behind thief-proof counters. Is it the retailer's job to prevent shoplifting? 03456060973 is a number. Paul's in Manchester. Morning, Paul.
Morning, James.
Whose job is it then to deal with shoplifting?
Right, it's between the retailer and the police. Right, Greggs have started now fortifying some of the shops. Unfortunately, it's got to be done, and I think other businesses are going to follow suit, so to speak, because the crime rate is just getting higher and higher. Shoplifting it's gone through the roof now. The police haven't got the resources to deal with it, so the shoplifters know this, so hence why we've got the problem that we've got with all the stores getting all the items stolen. I walked into a chemist recently, and before I could realise what was going on, some shoplifter walked in and just cleared a shelf within seconds.
Cleared a shelf?
Cleared a shelf. He just got his arm right along, straight, got all the products off the shelf, straight into his bag, walked out. And it took me like a minute or so to realise what was going on. Then I got speaking to the staff, and even the staff said, we're just told to leave it.
So the staff are told, if you see that happening, I mean, this isn't just someone pinching one item. It's not like someone's nicking a drink from a fridge cabinet in a supermarket and putting it away. This is an entire shelf's worth of products, presumably quite high value, and they're told to do nothing.
Told to do nothing. I won't mention any names, but a big, well-known superstore, because I work security myself, and I know the staff in this particular store, and they don't have security cover certain times of the day. And when I mentioned this, why have you not got cover at such and such a time when it's your most vulnerable times? And the answer to it is that the funding isn't there. So Greggs have now decided, right, we need to fortify the shops. A lot of retailers, I think, are going to follow suit with it. It's the only answer, because the police haven't got the resources to deal with the shoplifters. It's way too big. It's uncontrollable now. So shoplifters, retailers, they've got to do something, put something in place.
But they've also, surely, Paul, got to stop sacking staff members who try to intervene. There have been a couple of high-profile cases recently, one with Waitrose, one with Morrison's, where shop workers have intervened. In one case, the store manager of a Morrison's intervened on someone he thought was a repeat offender, and he lost his job.
Disgusting. Yeah, absolutely disgusting. He's trying to do his job, I get that. And he got sacked as a result of that. That shouldn't have happened. I quite agree with you. My advice, though, is to security staff, don't get involved, because you don't know what you're up against, you don't know what you're dealing with, and, if you've got a shoplifter who's high on drugs and he's dependent and he needs to get money quick and he's hungry or whatever, he will use whatever violence, and that then becomes a completely different issue. That security guard could end up in court with charges that he's gone into work with, he never would have guessed in a million years.
But then what is the point of security staff?
Can you believe they're doing the shoplifting story right now?
I can count. It's always at the Washington Hilton. There is always
ballroom, and then you finally get to the president. Each one of those has a perimeter. Each one of those has a protocol and a policy and a procedure to protect the president, and it worked. Certainly wasn't expecting this to happen, but there's so much that has to go on. They will certainly review this. I'm fascinated, investigatively, we're going to do that timeline. When did this person make their reservations to come to Washington, D.C.? When did they make the reservations at the hotel? Did they drive across the country? Was there somebody else in the car with them? When did they purchase the weapons? There's so many questions. You could sit here and take a notebook out, and I'm sure you could come up with 200 questions that you want answers to right away. The FBI is writing down those questions and digging into those as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, there will certainly be an after-action review to make judgments going forward. Richard Colco, retired FBI special supervisory agent.
Absolutely.
We're going to have the latest on our breaking news. The suspected gunman charged at checkpoint at the White House Correspondent's dinner earlier this evening is now facing charges, as well as questions about his target or targets and his motive. Over the course of the last 4 years, I've never had an opportunity to speak about this disaster, the Chernobyl meltdown, May 10th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
It doesn't sit well with us. Your hard-earned money sitting in traditional bank accounts, collecting more dust than interest. So we reimagined savings with Vanguard Cash.
To make people feel safe to be able to go to this dinner again.
Eugene Daniels, thank you so much for digging up that binder and walking us through these protocols. I appreciate you and your reporting. More after the break with Tom Manger, former captain of the U.S. Capitol Police.
Tonight, you actually see it playing out, and it isn't a party thing. It's an American thing. The people in that room, they were so brave, Jonathan. No one was screaming out. He stood up and he said, USA. I wanted that room to break out in those chants. I really did. That's who we are. And, so no matter who the exact target was, the motive was to kill by the weapons and the bum rush that gunman perpetrated at the entrance. We know what the thirst is there. But what it really creates, I believe with all my heart and all my faith, is a bonding. We've got to be together more than ever before. I sent you, your team, a video as well of a gentleman who was in the bathroom next to Wolf Blitzer when this all played out. If you guys have time to play it long after I'm off the air, or if you want to watch it, you should. He tells the story, and he said, I'm Canadian, and this is a great story. He said, I love this country, but I was there when the gunman came in. It's fascinating. And my husband shot that, so it's a little shaky, but we got him outside the 7-Eleven while we were waiting to leave the scene after we've been evacuated. So a little bit of journalism going on there.
Wonderful. We will work on that video. And, personally, Harris, I am just so delighted that my former...
Oh yeah, I haven't been throwing my grenades. I have to throw, cancel, throw, cancel.
Some all-new video we want to show you now of Vice President Vance being rushed off the stage there. It's a very dramatic video, and as you heard Jackie Heinrich say earlier, she is right there, and I believe Jackie would have been underneath that table curtain at that point, as you see the president and the vice president that we just saw being rushed off of there. It's pretty extraordinary video. We also know a Secret Service agent, there's the Vice President being rushed away, as we also know a Secret Service agent was shot during this incident. We believe he was shot by the attacker. Obviously, a lot of bullets were being shot at that point. We'll learn more for sure. But he was hit in his bulletproof vest, which it appears saved his life. Here's President Trump talking about that officer.
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful thing.
Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Really happy to have you here.
Rushed to safety. A Secret Service agent was injured, shot by the gunman and is now being treated in the hospital. Joining me now, CNN media analyst Sarah Fisher. Also in the room, as this unfolded, the president's message afterwards, but also the shared experience, because the fact is, well, we don't know who the gunman's targets were. It could have been the president, also could have been you and me.
Absolutely right.
Or other members. And your point was that unites the folks.
Yeah, it can't be a situation where it's us versus them. We're all in this position together, trying to seek safety and also trying to protect everybody around us. There was multiple videos that came out of the various journalists who are sitting with executives on that stage, and they're all trying to help leap over each other. Lisa Jang, who's the head of the White House Correspondent Association, she is also trying to help as they're escorting the president out. So everyone is putting together for protection, and it's hard to have this message come out of it's us against the press when we're literally all in the same position, trying to make sure we're all safe.
Yeah, both in the line of fire, right? All those troops in the line of fire. Tell me about this dinner going forward. Initially, our understanding from our White House troops was that the president wanted to come back and continue the dinner tonight. One. And now he's saying in 30 days we're going to do it all over again. Is that really going to happen?
I'm skeptical for a lot of reasons. First of all, I've been to many of these dinners. You've been to many of these dinners. The tables are so jam-packed. I always wondered why it wasn't a fire hazard, but in this case, Jim, and we had a cabinet official sitting with Axios, it was so jam-packed it was hard for some of us to get cover under the tables. It was also somewhat hard for the Secret Service to pull those officials out. They were trying their best.
It's really hard to go around halfway.
Correct. So I think this is a wake-up call that the Hill might be not capable of hosting that many people. The other thing that's interesting is that it's not just government officials and reporters. There are this is a timeless tradition. Having a White House Correspondents' Dinner, bringing the press and the administration together. It's a shame because it's the first time the president was willing to come out. People were very optimistic this would be sort of a milestone for bringing it together. And so the question becomes, if it can't look the same way it has for decades, then what's it going to look like moving forward? I assume it's going to look smaller, perhaps less corporate. There's a lot of corporate dollars, by the way, Jim, that come into sponsoring tables and parties. And I do think that there's going to be special security protocols, especially for officials.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what the president's input is too, right? Because after Butler, Pennsylvania, because there were a lot of folks who said in the wake of Butler, Pennsylvania, assassination attempt on the president, that he couldn't have his outdoor rallies.
Yes, I was just thinking as I was sitting there, because we had to stay there for a while after they had announced that there was something going on. You know, could you put up bulletproof glass? Could you create a scenario where members of Congress, officials, even people on the stage could be blocked off? And the answer is yes, but man, with that
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to drop my battle standard.
what I do know is that the president's remarks after gave me a lot of hope that both the press corps and
Every time we've fought with like Van down here, every time I should have dropped this battle standard, and you can tell how long it's been since I've PvP'd because I won't be dropping it, and then when I get back into the game, I'll start regularly dropping it again.
Thanks so much to all of you for watching. I'm Jim Sciutto in Washington. Our breaking news coverage continues right after a short break.
Oh.
Are you Russia?
I am.
If they do that,
Usually not an interweb dating guy.
if they do that charge thing again, I'm gonna be ready for it this time.
With all of those other people, I know you have a beautiful family. Have you been in touch with the kids? Have you told them you're okay?
Yes.
Here he is.
The first text was to my fiance because he was in the building. The second text was to my brother.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. There he is. See, that's more like it. That was more like it. Oh, I gotta turn around and help. I can tell right now I gotta turn around and help. That didn't help. That didn't help.
I let her know whatever we knew and that we were safe. And it took a while for them to allow us to
Yep.
leave the room. We wanted to leave the room, but like Karen said,
Oh!
there were a bunch of
No, no.
people in the room, and
Oh!
we're talking to.
Oh, here we go. See, I gotta be in control over here. That's the thing. I gotta be in more control. More control instead of less control. That's not good. Oh, now I dropped the standard. Remember when I was like, I keep forgetting to drop the standard? When they come in here, we're dropping that shit. I might drop it right now, just before I forget.
We had a glass of champagne. We were like, we have to toast to life. We have to toast to the fact that we are with people, but it does make you realize we all love each other, and there are more good people in the world than bad people, and the good ones have to stick together. And you definitely are one of those good people. So.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Kennedy. It's been great to talk to you, and I'm glad you're okay. Thank you so much, Kennedy. It is 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Oh, snap. So, yep, there's the mind control.
In Washington, D.C., a lone gunman stormed a Secret Service checkpoint in the lobby.
Oh, shit. No.
Trump was attending the White House Correspondent's dinner.
Yeah, I didn't exactly do that right.
Before being rushed off of the main stage. This video from inside the room shows a crowd packed with journalists and leaders of our country as confusion and panic spread. We have learned that the suspect is 31-year-old Cole Allen from Torrance, California. On the floor of the lobby where he was apprehended, police say he walked with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. Police believe he was a guest at the hotel. The suspect, we understand, will be arraigned on Monday. One officer was shot. He was protected by a bulletproof vest. He will be fined, then apprehended.
Yeah, right.
Surveillance video, as we can
Huh?
to that now, of the suspect running and law enforcement swarming him. You see him there running at real pace. President Trump spoke about the thing.
Oh, shit. No, I fucking...
It all happened. Here's the president.
Oh, snap.
Well, thank you very much. That was
Ah,
very unexpected.
there we go.
But incredibly
Oh, wow.
on by Secret
Oh, wow.
Enforcement and
Oh, what was that? Dude, I almost messed that up so bad.
that was supposed to bring together members of both parties, members of the press, and in a certain way it did. Because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just
Now you buff everyone. Everyone's standing around here. Buff everyone before they go. Ah, see, they ran off before I could get the buffs on them. I should have done int on that guy.
Joining us now, Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst. He's live from Washington, D.C. Traveled there from his base in the Middle East for the dinner. And Trey, I was just with you in the Middle East a couple of weeks ago. You, more than probably anybody in that room, military vets aside, are very used to seeing combat, to seeing dangerous situations. You've dodged more missiles than most people on Earth. You have seen so many terrible things up close. So I imagine you were, in many ways, one of the calmest.
I would buff that hunter, and I guess I will. It's a little awkward. if I don't.
And it must have been a terrifying experience for a lot of people around you.
Yeah, Jonathan, my first thought was to take cover and then check on the people around me. I was sitting next to the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and
You want me to guard the towers?
stormed to the middle of the room. Men in tactical gear on the stage as they rushed the president and the vice president away. And this was a room not just filled with journalists, but also cabinet officials. And so that was the top priority of the Secret Service, that they could secure the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Transportation, the Director of National Intelligence, and others to get out of harm's way as quickly as possible. They locked down very tense moments.
Oh, I should not have palm pyroed. That was dumb. That was really dumb of me.
And just feet outside of that ballroom is where this security entrance is, and that's where this incident took place.
Hey, I got the int on that guy. Look at that.
Storming this checkpoint that was meant to ensure that no one was entering this space with weapons. And
When you think it doesn't matter, yeah, see, that person just buffed me. They saw me buff someone else.
but this could have been a very, very different story had they not acted so quickly and stopped this man before he
It's actually worth more to our team if I sit here buffing. Actually, it's not actually true. Because I'm the best World of Warcraft mage ever, it's not actually true, but it's true enough. A little mix of both. Mix of both in. We don't have to get everybody with a buff, but mix a little mix of column A and a column B. See, they just capped. Let's go recap it. You know. Did they break through? Oh no, they're rezzing here, huh? Was that a 1v10 over there? Jeez. Okay, this is where I like to float off the edge. When we get into this fight, I go off the edge. Oh my gosh, I just fell off by accident. Yeah.
But it was a scary moment for many people there as
Yeah. There you go. That's good. That's a good start.
think about the planning that likely went into this. It is reported that he was a guest at the hotel and knew the president was going to be at this event. And when you think about the security protocols, there is a perimeter to this hotel. When you go in,
What a viper sting, by the way. What a viper stinging motherfucker.
it is a very strict security apparatus. You have multiple different layers of armed security, ensuring that people who are entering actually have a ticket to go in, and then ultimately you go through a metal detector.
Sorry, I just I'll never really be totally cool with a full viper sting to the mana bar.
These journalists and cabinet officials were there. It was a very calm moment beforehand because everyone was there to celebrate the First Amendment, to celebrate journalists. This was supposed to be an opportunity to present scholarships to young journalists and to present the DC Press Corps with awards for their reporting throughout the year. And it turned into a very somber moment. I spoke with a senior White House official earlier today who said this reminded him of Butler, Pennsylvania. This is an administration that saw
Viper sting takes all my mana. Well, it doesn't take all of it, but it takes a lot of it.
it is a very stressful thing to implement for these people. And it is something that, unfortunately, this press corps is familiar with, having covered. And when you think about the Washington Hilton, this is where there was an attempt on the life of President Reagan. And again, it was just a chilling night and a chilling moment for the people in that room as this chaos was unfolding. But there was also
Drink some of this.
one moment as a top advisor to President Trump, Dan Scavino,
23
as he was being
minutes.
escorted out by Secret Service, he turned to the crowd and for a moment chanted USA. And it was a powerful moment because this
We
was
should queue an Iron Forge next time.
threat as this gunman was trying to storm the area. And again, these fast-thinking and fast-acting Secret Service officers, and you see here in tactical gear storming the stage and rushing President Trump off the stage. The vice president rushed off the other side of the stage. And again, those cabinet officials who were spread throughout the ballroom immediately had their security pulling them out of harm's way. It speaks to the preparation of these law enforcement officers for such a moment to take place. It's a moment that no one wants to happen. It's one of these things that you hope never happens, but these law enforcement officials are prepared for such an event to take place. And just to give you a sense, Jonathan, of how tense it was inside the room as this was unfolding, you had people hiding under tables. Many were crying and shaking. We saw people inside this ballroom unaware of what was actually taking place because it was so chaotic at that moment. And
where am I going, by the way?
Some of them in tactical
Oh,
gear
yeah.
going to the stage.
We're going over
and they
there.
had weapons raised over this ballroom because it wasn't clear at that moment if the gunman had made it into this area where there were thousands of people, around 2,000 guests, the President of the United States and these top cabinet officials. And so it really was a crisis averted as a result of the fast action of the Secret Service and the law enforcement officials on the scene. But a chaotic night, and certainly one that people will remember here in the nation's capital as something that really was just one moment away from a much larger...
I'm going to have another THC edible.
Thank goodness it was not. Thank goodness nobody has been seriously hurt. Thank goodness that one Secret Service officer is apparently going to be fine. In the light of that, Trey, I want to ask you on a personal level. I know how important, as a former White House correspondent, the Correspondent's Dinner is to you. I know how seriously you take the responsibility of journalism and how much you care about it. I also know
these things are hurting my thumb, by the way.
A break from conflict. You have been through so much over the last few years. You come to DC for an event which is important to you, but also is one that hopefully you can relax at a bit. And then this happens. I wonder how you feel tonight. Just how you, Trey Yinks, feels.
I would say Fox News is built for these moments. Again, we, as journalists, hope that these horrific events of violence never happen. But when they do, we are there to cover them. And you saw that immediately. The talent of Fox on display, from the executive team to the correspondents who were attending this dinner, immediately, once they were able to be sure that everyone around them was safe, they flipped a switch into news mode, into news gathering. And it was remarkable to see in real time how quickly people were gathering information on their phones, from Jackie Heinrich to Peter Ducey to all of the anchors, Martha McCallum, Harris Faulkner, Sandra Smith, and Shannon Bream. Everyone was working together, and you saw that video from Brian Kilmeade. The executive team as well, working on LiveView apps and trying to get phone calls out. We were calling from inside this ballroom as it was locked down live to the audience to give them a picture of what it was like inside this hotel, the Washington Hilton, in the nation's capital. And again, this just speaks to the journalism. This was a room filled with journalists who immediately sprung into action to cover this historic moment.
I tried to get the great Trey Yinks to talk about himself, as always. Mr. Yinks gives all the plaudits to others. We are so lucky to have you. You're a rock star and a gentleman, Trey Yinks. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, let's listen a little bit more to President Trump earlier talking about the people who carry out.
Actually, late in part because the motorcade came in right before me.
Irresistibly touchable. Get in touch. Gold bar.
That's exactly right. I don't want to be defeatist about, trying to minimize violence or radicalization or whatever his motive is. This was an attack against we don't know, but one part of the investigation will be, is this another attempted shooting of the president? But at least given who was in the audience, it was an attack against our political and media structure. That's absolutely clear to me. The exact motive we don't know yet. And I do, John and I live in a world in which you do look at something like this and you say, honestly, you say it could have been worse, and you're sort of, the investment in the safety and security minimize the harm. It's nothing to be, you don't have a parade about it, to be honest, but you do look at these numbers and you say, wow, he was heavily armed. He had access to parts of the hotel. He had access to residents and people, as we know, wolf blitz are just standing outside. So it is an important thing aspect to look at in terms of sort of the safety features that are sort of around the sort of the way we live our lives, which is we're in hotels, we're on the streets, we get to protest. That's a First Amendment right, as we saw protesters outside. It's the challenge of our times. It's the work I'm in now. I'm in complex mega event planning, whether it's sports or concerts or university events. These are challenging because the experience that the White House Correspondent wanted to have, the association wanted to have, is one in which politicians are accessible to the media. That's what a democracy is. You can debate the pros or cons of doing it in that fashion with that dinner, but nonetheless, it represents the very things that honestly we want to protect.
Juliet Kime, good to have you. Thanks so much.
You never say honestly.
Alex Michelson, still with me here, and was also like at the event. He joined us.
You know, I was thinking about. Earlier today. That psychology degree that hangs over on my wall. I went to a party in college once, and I think one of the dudes from my college, from the school at the college I was going to, or department adjacent, psychology department adjacent. He was either from there or was adjacent. Sort of came to this party, and all my high school friends were there, because I didn't make many friends in college, but all my high school friends were already there. So we were at this party, and I remember, it was sort of kind of like, who is this guy? Are we going to let him graduate? A little bit. I didn't know at the time, but looking back on it, it might have been he was from the university. But anyway, we were talking. Look at this. I'm in my mount gear, by the way. This is not good. I remember in the middle of this party, in casual conversation, he walks up to me and he says, blah, 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 honestly, this, yada, yada, yada. And I said, you know what? I forget where I heard this, but it's bad form to say honestly, because it implies that sometimes you are not honest. And I think at that moment I graduated. You know what I mean? Even if I didn't deserve it. But because I was totally right, and he had never heard that before, and a lot of people who heard me just say that have never heard that before, because I hear it all the time. And actually, you know what? It was in a psychology course that I heard that. It was in a psychology class that I heard that if your patient says honestly, the yada yada yada, it implies that sometimes they're not telling you the whole truth. And I told him that, and he was kind of impressed, and then we just went about our business. But I remember thinking back on it, I'm like, that's probably why I even graduated. Was that one moment. But she just said that on the news, and it's just such bad form. You should never ever say to someone, honestly,
That followed suit, so they're now expecting a win across the board for the Democrats, which makes it a key kind of battleground, if you like, in the midterms that come out, and
because what might not have been honest was they were trying to sort of kick me out or fail me or whatever, and it was like, I had no idea who it was at the time, but it was like, I wonder if it was sort of like they were from the university. But my age, but sort of there. As a sort of who is this guy? Because I'm the author of QAnon. I'm very unknowable. It's very tough to get a hold of me and stuff, you know, and thus, subsequently, to get to know me. Likewise.
But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences.
That was President Trump calling on Americans to resolve their differences following the shooting that took place at tonight's White House Correspondent Dinner. The question always, will the president lead in that effort? That is in fact, MS Now White House reporter Laura Lopez. Laura, you were inside that briefing. What more have you heard from the White House since? Well, ultimately,
You've got a license to not hurt people's feelings. Right? Like when sometimes you when you turn to someone and you go, honestly, this is what I think. What that implies, what that means is that sometimes, somewhere on your personal effects, you have a physical license to not hurt people's feelings by telling little white lies. And it's like, all right, let me see your card. I'm gonna confiscate your card. You know, you're not allowed to say honestly anymore.
In politics, this kind of violence, and he said yes, he thinks it is, and that the more impactful, the more impact you have, or the more that he attempts to do, the more likely he will face charges. And he also referred to the prior assassination attempt there. Now, again, we don't know for certain that this was an assassination attempt, but this is the third time that there has been some form of political violence, if not an attempted attack on the president, around the president. And if we do come to find out that the suspect's target was the president, which we don't know yet, then of course this would have been the third attempt of violence against the president. So this is something that I think it stood out to me the most from the press briefing, was ultimately that he seemed to say that there wasn't anything else that could be done to try to ensure that this political violence doesn't continue in the country, and instead said that this is why there needs to be more security, and felt that this event underscored the need for that complex that they are building under the East Wing, saying that this underscores the need for that ballroom that he is building, which is tied up in litigation right now. And he said that building, that the ballroom, as well as the secure facility, would have, quote, bulletproof glass.
It's important to get ahead of everything over here. Like it's very dangerous if you're close to them, but as long as you're, now I'm yeah. As soon as you get in cripple range, you're in trouble, I guess.
And saying that the suspect was taken down at what he called the first line of defense in the hotel. So he doesn't appear at this stage to be looking for any kind of changes when it comes to the U.S. Secret Service, or when it comes to the kind of protection that surround him and his cabinet. Alicia.
I appreciate, Laura, that you continue to underscore the fact that we do not yet know the motive of this shooter. That is still very much in flux, very much in question. The belief on the part of experts is that we will know much more in the next 24 hours. Again, the president in the briefing today, full-throated support of the Secret Service. When you talk to folks behind the scenes, whether it was in the aftermath of today's event or events that have come before it, is that the sense of the larger administration that the Secret Service is?
The suspect was reportedly armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. The suspect and a Secret Service agent secured are now in treatment in a hospital. Public records indicate the suspect, identified as Cole Thomas Allen, worked as a teacher and video game developer, and is originally from lives in Torrance, California. Joining me now is
fucking battle out here. Not good. I should have evocated. I was gonna try and work an evocate. Are you sure he was done? He ran back a little early there, I think.
6 minutes into that speech, and I asked the president today about that moment 2 years ago. I asked him what felt similar and what felt different, and he was pretty reflective. He said, look, both were very serious. There was a quick response. I think he acknowledged that today there was a very quick response to get him and Vice President and the First Lady, who was also with him tonight. I think that was something that was different. He's with his family, his loved one.
He said that to me. He said it was different to have his wife next to him there because, as anyone would imagine, tell me, you covered the White House. You speak not only to the president, but you speak to other White House officials. Can you give me a sense of how they're responding to this tonight beyond the president's comments?
So I was with several of the staff in the front of the ballroom after the shooting in the 30 or so minutes when we weren't sure if the dinner was going to go on. They were getting some updates in their email chats, and for a time, there was an expectation that there might not be.
Threat was entirely removed? Did they know that the threat was entirely removed? I mean, that consideration at the time struck me as really surprising.
But I think for the people who know the president, it's in his instincts to want to come back and to appear defiant, and that was considered. He told us in the press briefing that he fought like hell to he said he had a very angry speech and might not have been appropriate. We know now that they were working
I should have evoked. Here we go. Oh.
I mean, listen, and there was going into it, as you know, there was concern that the president might use the platform there to attack the press, as he so often does. But I found in that room prior to these alarming events that it was a pretty relaxed environment. So to your point, there was some expectation that this could be a rare moment of warmth in this town, but of course, that event.
I'm impatient. No impatience.
Yeah, especially afterwards at the presser, he told the president of the White House Correspondent Association, WEJA, he said, "Thank you for your work," and
Q is gonna pop.
to have the dinner go on, and he also acknowledged the press for our coverage. He said that for what he had seen so far, that it was very
That's not good.
Brian Stelter, he joined us again now. Brian, as you heard Sophia say, President Trump is saying we're going to do it again. Is that a practical expectation?
Oh, the evocation. Oh man, I had the Palm Pyro up for him. That was an algo manip if you didn't just see it right there. I'm not even going to explain it, but one day if you ask me, show me the video back. and I'll explain how I just algo manipped some items out of the loot. It's so. I wouldn't have mentioned it because you'd never catch me. Again, remember when I explained what rigging the sails is when you're a pirate? That right there, I just rigged the loot. And I intentionally rigged that loot. And I do it so deftly that I barely notice. But it's 100% intentional. Now, I didn't get the Scourge Stone, but it's fine.
That's just a part of the discussion you don't go to. It becomes almost normal to be in a room and shots ring out.
Americans skip that part of the conversation, and then think the rest of the world looking at we're not having the Second Amendment conversation.
I don't even know if I want to give you a hint of what I just did as an algo manip of loot.
It never ends. What I think is specific about tonight, about this episode, is the idea that you have, for the first time in years, the U.S. president, President Trump, actually wanting to get together with the media, before the state that he has reviled, tried to demonize for years, and actually have a social get-together, a social gathering. So when he said
I've really already told you too much.
and you also heard tonight his
What it is I've really already told you too much. Just by simply mentioning that right there was the looting from a corpse algorithm manipulation. I've already told you too much by saying right there it was.
But for President Trump, he has a real aversion to violence, and you can see how it affects him on a night like this, and also given his history.
Yeah. Well, you get shot at. It's an understandable aversion. Good to have you. Thank you. Coming up, viewing this moment.
That was the not funny joke. That was the first really not funny joke of the night. There is no joke that you will hear about this that gets less laughter than that right there. We could hear the silence of that joke through the studio. Did you hear that?
And now the hard job ahead of us is going to be collecting evidence. The FBI is already out in Torrance, California. We've seen videos of the FBI going to the residence where this young man was living.
That joke was so not funny and made the studio, the newsroom, so silent that the guy, that you could hear it through the broadcast, the guy in the back just slowly beep, cut to commercial. Like, it was so quiet in there that he just, like, normally he just hits the button, but it was like, what is going on? Beep.
Cameras down there will bring our viewers that any action that happens down there as soon as we get it. James Gagliano, it is always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for being with us this early Sunday morning now. Thanks, James. Thanks, John. All right,
Yeah.
let's listen now.
Let me go grab some Coca-Cola.
The president, here he is, talking about the bravery and the work tonight of the Secret Service.
Pete, that's so embarrassing. That's not your fault. After kids, the pelvic floor can weaken, and then perimenopause reduces estrogen. Here, I have 4.
Secret Service, and they acted very quickly.
There's a general reception that the WHC hosts that is on the terrace. Basically, anyone who has a dinner ticket can go there. But there are all these other ones. There's a VIP one that I went to that has former presidents of the association. That has
I was gonna go get a Coca-Cola, but we'll have this fight first, and then we'll go get one.
and then news organizations sometimes team up and have their own reception so people can get inside.
Got him. Oh, click it. Nope, nope, nope. Almost got it. Ah. Whoops. Ah. Oh. I should have got. I ran out of mana. I should have clicked off my mana shield, or gotten the gem. I wasn't ready for that.
Outside a home in Torrance, California, that we believe is connected with the alleged gunman in this situation, and they're responding now to the crowd of media and online.
Yup, it won't be that. When you find out that I'm the author of QAnon for real, it won't look like that. It's not gonna be surrounding this place with cop cars and a helicopter. Whatever it is, it won't look like that. Right? I guarantee it. I still have my Argent Dawn on. Ah.
There is no way in that situation, is there, for the Secret Service to check every hotel guest at a hotel? That is a big hotel. What's a big hotel? It's not conceivable to go room by room and search every suitcase and, vet every guest. Right? So you have to make do with what you've got. I know about security.
I have the wrong gear on.
Deploy your manpower and your resources and post them specifically in locations such as elevator landings and escalator landings where the people would have access should an event like this play out. Why that wasn't done? Well, that's a question that remains to be answered as the week progresses. Now, what about the point Sean Hannity was making with us earlier? He contributed that everybody has on the ground there, the work of the Secret Service agent who took out what would be assassins in Butler, the work of the Secret Service agent, the assassination attempt in Palm Beach. But Sean has great concerns, he says, about the sweeping of these areas prior to these events. Do you think that is something that needs to be looked at very seriously now, Richard?
I could evocate here. I'm just gonna drink for now. There's a case to be made to evoke. It depends on what we're seeing. You know what I mean? At that point. Right? Like it's just, I'm drinking. We could be evocating, but we're not. I am gonna buff people though, or bandage them, or whatever they need out here. Oh shit. No way, dude. I was gonna say. I thought he died. Oh, yeah.
I can't answer that question. That's one for the director of the Secret Service. But that definitely needs to be looked at. You cannot have situations like this continue to happen. Is it a personnel issue to some extent, Richard? Would you need a lot more agents at each of these events to extend the perimeter? looking for additional assets from the local police, the state police, as well as the entire Department of Homeland Security. It's time to work those entities into your larger perimeter plan more and more, because the Secret Service simply doesn't have the personnel to secure these places to the extent that they need to be secured, certainly like what happened this evening, on their own. So the reliance has got to be there. One of the reasons they were put under the Department of Homeland Security to begin with was to take advantage of the personnel from the 22 other agencies that encompass the Department of Homeland Security.
I just canceled my mana shield right there. When you're fighting like 4 horde guards, you always cancel your mana shield if you can.
In a situation like this, I think it's something that for ordinary folks like me, it's hard to put yourself, impossible to put yourself.
Oh my god, they rezzed here? Holy shit, I thought we already capped it. I wasn't even fucking paying attention.
There is an event that threatens the life of the person you are protecting. Is it about adrenaline? Is it something?
Oh, now the evoke. Now the evoke, but I mean, I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't, but I can tell you it is now. I mean, I should. I shouldn't, but I should.
Well, I tell you, it's interesting because I've been both of these guys. I've been an agent assigned to the Presidential Protective Division, and I've been a team leader with the counter assault team. And I can tell you, when you're an agent assigned to the President's detail, when you take up your post, the first thing you're thinking is, okay, if something happens here, what is the plan? How do I get to the President? And where am I taking him? And that's what every one of those agents on that ship is thinking.
Big res wave.
If something goes down here, whether it's shots fired, someone rushes the stage, there's a medical emergency, and we have to evacuate the President, where are we taking him, and how are we going to do that? So these guys, when they take up their posts, like they did this evening, they've got that mindset where they already have walked through that in their mind, where am I going when something happens? From a perspective of the counter-assault team member, they're somewhere outside of that ballroom, and they're doing the same thing. If they have to deploy, they've got to be asking themselves well before they even take up those positions, where am I going with the President? How do we secure the hallway? How do we get him from A, in this case, back to the White House as safely as possible? That's the mindset. So to answer your question, yes, it's both adrenaline, it's both excitement, but it's also...
I have that trinket. If he hamstrung me, I was gonna insignia of alliance it. Or if he feared me.
So it's pure instinct and training. You know, most ordinary folks in situations like this, there might be panic.
Right now, it doesn't really matter what is going on out there. No matter what, I should... Well, not no matter what, but I should get the mana up. There's special cases. If I had people out there and they were like, help us do this cap real quick, I would get up. But right now, as a general rule, it's a pretty good theory. I can't think of the word I'm trying to say.
So that when something does happen, it is purely instinct. If you're going to panic, then you shouldn't be a Secret Service agent. You will never make it, and you'll never be assigned to the Presidential Protective Division. Richard, Sir, Holly, great to talk to you, and thank you so much for those insights into what it takes to be a Secret Service agent and the work of people like you. Richard, thank you, and thank you for your service.
See, some hamstrings you don't need to trinket. See that? Still hamstrung. Still have the trinket available. It's all about and right there, whether I hamstrung when I trinket that hamstring or not, it's all about seeing the future, and that's how I wrote the QAnon drops. Everything is about seeing the future. Nope. See that? I saw the future there. It wasn't it. No. I think that fire blast messed up what was about to occur. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Paper tickets on their phone. That was kind of loosely enforced, according to someone I spoke with. But then it took until you got towards the ballroom, right before that entry, that you would
Oh, I forgot. We're gonna get back into the queue in Iron Forge, right? This is getting a little ridiculous. I'm gonna drop queue and get right back in.
At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
There they are.
And they're trying to kind of stamp down exactly when he arrived to D.C. Something notable here is that D.C. is notoriously really tough on anybody who wants to carry a firearm into the city. Doing so legally is impossible for, according to some people's perspective. But to carry this kind of weaponry, assemble it at some point here in the district, I mean, that took clearly some planning as well. And the fact that this individual, I mean, this was calculated. So while police are efforting that search of his California home, they are doing that same thing in the hotel room just about a block away from here. And the vibe, the feeling.
Cool. Oh, I'm gonna go grab a Coca-Cola.
2 hours after the incident, you probably wouldn't have known just by sight that anything had happened at all. This is a very festive weekend in D.C. Maybe the biggest one. We have many of these post parties. They're still happening right now. And I mean, you could look at that one way or the other, but the president did say he did not want the actions of a deranged individual to take away from an evening that many embrace so wholeheartedly here in D.C.
That's interesting, Alex, that I'm sure a lot of people outside of D.C. don't know this, but after the Correspondents' dinner, everybody goes to all manner of parties that are being held by all manner of media and other organizations. But you say those are still going on and people are still attending them tonight, as far as you're aware?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, they are, and you're still seeing people out in tuxedos walking around. I mean, who would clearly attended or maybe dressing to attend a party now. Lots of young people in this particular neighborhood, and something else about this neighborhood and this specific location. I don't know if it's been mentioned often tonight, but it just struck me just in this historical context. 65 years ago, I believe it was. I mean, this is outside the same hotel that President Reagan's life was almost taken by a shooter. Whether that would have been significant to this particular would-be assassin, however we were qualifying him at this time, I don't know how much that was in his mind, but that's what D.C. is. I mean, around every block there is something historical, relevant, shaking, and tragic in many ways. But it is a city that persists, and you kind of see that when you see a tuxedo walking by at 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Alex Hoff, thank you so much for being there outside the Washington Hilton for us. And we're getting some reporting coming across the wires now from our colleagues at CBS News saying that the alleged shooter, Cole Thomas Allen, has admitted to authorities he was targeting Trump officials. We do not have that confirmed ourselves as yet, but we will work on getting that confirmed. It seems in some ways a statement
Save that for later.
of the obvious, knowing that many of the cabinet members from the Trump administration were in there and hurtling towards those ballroom doors with a long gun, a handgun, and many knives that he did intend to hurt as many of those officials and indeed some of the journalists in there. It could, as some of our guests who were in there at the time said, have been a bloodbath had it not been for the actions of Secret Service agents taking him down.
Oh, my sword!
The suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, here with us now from outside Cole Thomas Allen's home is KTTV reporter Matthew Seedorf. Matt, what's the situation down there? We saw what looked to be some activity outside the house. Have they gone inside yet? Any law enforcement?
Yeah, so the FBI arrived here about an hour ago. We saw them.
Are you okay, by the way? Yeah, you're fine.
They knocked on the
You're
door.
gonna be fine.
Apparently, the suspect's parents came outside. They had some conversation. It looked pretty intense there, at least for a few minutes. And then the parents went back inside. The FBI turned around. My sources tell me tonight that they're still working on getting a search warrant. But this block was closed off about an hour ago from Torrance police. Dozens of neighbors are out here, and all of them just shocked that this happened. A pretty quiet Torrance community. Again, the FBI right now still trying to get that search warrant to see if they can get inside that house. But the parents that were there looked like they turned them away. Go ahead and send it back to
him and any neighbors who have anything to say about the family?
Well, we're hearing that he's a teacher in the area, a 31-year-old teacher. He actually won
You know what? Give me some of these to put in there too.
December of 2024.
Or this one.
I spoke with a next-door neighbor. He said he had one interaction with this alleged shooter. He described it as weird. He knocked on the door asking for some help with the cable in the backyard with Spectrum. Needed
Put some of the other joints in there and rejoint.
anything quite like this.
And nobody with any sense of politics or political motive that he might have had?
No one has any idea of any sort of political motive at all. It was weird that we went and knocked on the suspect's front door. No one answered. We now know that there were people inside.
That one was like hiding.
The garage, all the windows are blacked out. Even the garage had its windows blacked out. Definitely unusual.
All right, now I get this kill.
Yeah, Matt, great to have you down there for us. Keep us posted if you see any more activity. Matt Siegel, thank you so much.
And then I'll roll the joint. We'll kill him and then I'll roll the joint. Or the kill pop.
Randy, great to have you with us as always. You've watched the events of tonight. You've seen the Secret Service reaction. You've heard what we've heard about the suspect. What do you make of it all?
Yeah, I think this.
So I'm wearing the riding gear. Now we've been having trouble with my riding gear. I think it's when I reload UI. I think I actually solved the riddle. It's when I do /reload UI, it fucks up everything. So as long as I don't /reload UI, then it'll never be like, what the fuck, I broke World of Warcraft again. So let's try that. It's just like my sound system. Let's just keep going, and as long as my gear doesn't fuck up. That time I got into combat. That was an unforced error or whatever. You're supposed to jump off of your. Let's see here. You're supposed to jump off of your horse mount before you get into combat when you have my setup. So that was not an issue. That time I got in combat, that was my fault. So that was not a screw up. That means that the fix has not fallen through yet. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about.
So let's not downplay this. This individual tried to kill a law enforcement officer while he was attempting this attack, and that's something that really needs to be kept in mind.
And Randy, I wonder what you make of the idea that he was a guest at the hotel, presumably it's assembled his weaponry up in that room and then just took an elevator down. Killing a whole bunch of people at a music festival a few days later. Hotels.
That's a joke.
Targets in many ways. Is for people to.
That's another joke. Do you hear what he said? He said, we all know what happened. We all know exactly what the whole story and nothing but the truth of what happened in Vegas on October 1st. No, we don't, you British liar. It comes from a place, his blunder comes from a place of holier than thou, right? All in theory in his head. Nothing really practical in real life of what he's saying. There you go. And if I think I can... No. I don't think I can. Oh, no. If I think I can take, like, one of these, maybe. See if we can't get two of these. Okay. I think I'm fucking things up right now, though. It's not what we need. Yeah. This is experimental. Oh, see, they're mana burning me. Raj, get the fuck out of here, you. Yo. He's not supposed to go. Yeah, right. What a maroon.
What people like you, what people like the Secret Service agents do for us, and how much we owe.
So he did actually walk past those gates. So, but here's the thing. I think I might have damaged him. Like, I don't know.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. And as you know, that I'm the founder of an organization called the Wounded Blue, and what we do is we help injured and disabled officers across this nation. And this is a perfect...
Oh yeah. By the way, experiment. No, don't try to take the specters. If you think you have enough mana, just don't do it.
That's an astronomical number. The number of police officers being attacked every year has gone up dramatically. Last year, about 80,000. I mean, that's an incredible number. So what we saw today was a demonstration of the dangers that officers face. We luckily are not going to be seeing the death of another officer who was shot. Now, you know, when you see an attack like this take place, and it's so dramatic that in front of literally millions of people have now viewed this piece of videotape, that these officers literally put their life on the line every single day. And so I'm proud of the men and women of law enforcement. I'm proud of these Secret Service agents. And I got to tell you this, has incredible courage. This is now the third attempt that we know of on his life, and yet he stands there stoically.
So yeah, the move here is give a wide berth and a lot of fire blast.
My hat's off to the president.
Any concerns that some of our other guests have talked about, Randy, about the...
I think a palm pyro on the skeletal what? You can kill the illusory wraths. I think you can get. We'll see. Oh yeah, no, they get. That's right. You can hit them with rank 1. I just remembered you can hit the illusory wolves with rank 1 arcane. See, like I kind of want to fight the attendant here. Yeah, he ran to about there, where that tree shade is. So the tree shade is actually sort of the safe zone if you count. If you're measuring from the spectral attendant. As I was saying, a palm pyro on a skeletal warlord is the exact same thing as a palm pyro on the summoner boss fight that we're fighting. It's just use them. It's the same thing, effectively. Yeah, these guys are spawn. I was gonna say so in 2 skeletal knights. Actually, I fucked up one of the poles, but apparently they respawn within 2 full skeletal warlord poles. This is the evocate. This is the evocation right here. I know I said I wouldn't. Oh no, it's on cooldown. Shit.
In light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully.
Down whatever path you choose. Move forward. In the power of touch.
That guy's going to go take a break, like me.
Never letting go. That's why Gold Bond is formulated to make your skin irresistibly touchable. Get in touch. Gold Bond.
At work. If only there were something here waiting specifically for our service.
morning. It's Sunday the 26th of April.
So in 5 billion years, engulfing the Earth. Sarcophagus will have decayed away.
We'll be reflecting on 40 years since the Chernobyl disaster. Plus,
That's funny. That's funny.
We're an island. We have to depend on open markets, and we simply accept that.
With no peace plan in Iran, our ministers
That's really funny.
for shortages caused by the Iran war. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement were good. Shots fired at the White House Correspondent's dinner. The president evacuated.
Now, these attendants I can fight. This little fight here, I shouldn't have pulled him, for sure. I definitely shouldn't have pulled the skeletal acolyte, but here we go. We're gonna get the patchworks to spawn on top of us any second now. Race the mana burn. That was Race the mana burn. That last scorch there. Yeah, like the patchwork. What are they called? Flayers? No. Flayers, yeah, the flayers. The butchers. I don't know. I guess that is, they are kind of the butcher. Yeah, that was no algo manip. Never algo manip 2 corpses in a row.
The very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement. that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured.
Stay with LBC for the latest on events in Washington throughout the morning. In other news, Sir Keir Starmer says he will fight the next general election as Labour leader and says he believes he can win. Speaking to the Sunday Times, the Prime Minister claimed he has the support of the majority of his MPs. Plans for direct talks between the United States and Iran have been scrapped after Donald Trump told his representatives not to attend. The US president says the Iranian leadership can call him if they want to talk. And nearly 60,000 people are expected to take part in the London Marathon later. Tens of millions of pounds will be raised for charities. LBC weather, any cloud and fog will lift for England and Wales later, leaving warm sunshine, some showers fall soon.
From them on all of this. According to his LinkedIn profile, he graduated from the California Institute of Technology in 2017 with a bachelor's degree in mechanical.
We're about to kill a horde, motherfucker, by the way.
In computer science from Cal State University in Dominguez Hills.
We're about to kill a horde, motherfucker.
As a student at Caltech, he was featured in a local news report in 2017 for developing a prototype emergency brake.
Oh no, no, it's the Argent Dawn. I thought we were about to kill a horde player. I thought a Horde player showed up, and I switched to my PvP gear to kill him.
Members of protective details and FBI agents and police officers, guns drawn, running into that room.
But it was just the computer, the NPCs fighting the NPCs. That's funny.
I'm sure you remember this too. It was silent. I mean, there was almost no sound. At some point, someone started to try to do a USA chant, but that didn't catch on, and it went back to silence. As we watched as these officers, scrambled to evacuate the VIPs, First President Trump and Vice President Vance,
In a room full of people who love drugs, the adrenaline of that silence he's talking about is the most powerful drug of all. Remember when I was talking about how my heart went beat, beat, beat? Anybody who didn't know what the fuck I was talking about and was making fun of me or whatever, their heart went beat, beat, beat in there, or worse. It was worse than that, I'll bet.
People who were closer to the sound of the gunshots than we were, but it was a chaotic situation. It was a shocking situation, and really awful, traumatic. I mean, the change, the discordant nature of it from a happy situation to an utterly violent situation.
My heart did that the first time I kissed a girl, and she unhooked her bra in the front and hugged me and French kissed me because she was my first real girlfriend. My heart went beat, beat, beat like that too. And that when we were in middle school, and then I turned 11 years old.
Misunderstanding. So this is a working hotel. Hotel guests, members of the public, can walk in and out of that hotel. There are security measures, though, outside of the hotel. For example, when we were dropped off, you and I, in the shuttle bus with our MS Now colleagues.
And we were alone in a bedroom at my friend's house.
Because there was no traffic allowed close to the hotel. But when we walked through the entrance of the hotel, and this is known as the Hinckley Hilton, because some of our viewers may remember Ronald Reagan was shot outside this hotel.
And she didn't tell me she was going to do that, and it wasn't my idea. It was totally her idea. And I was like, it was supposed to be our first kiss, and apparently she was like, I'm doing this, unhooking my bra in the front first. And all, like, what? With no shirt.
As I was walking in, I saw what I thought was a Code Pink protester wearing a ball gown being ushered out by security.
She had the biggest tits in our class in, 7th grade. So I was more like 12 years old. But you get the point.
People milling around in tuxedos and ball gowns, drinking. And this is not the White House Correspondent Dinner. These are the parties before the dinner. And then
other girls had bigger tits in high school, but at that point she had the biggest.
where the ballroom is, and that's where the security perimeter was. The magnetometers, the Secret Service agents, the TSA officers, surveying our bags, we're going in there, getting metal detectors. And that's what I that checkpoint.
And now is the easiest way. If you think this is hard, watching me do it, this is much easier when they spawn one at a time. You take them out one at a time like this. And before you get the mana, this is really your fight with the mana, because you don't want them to spawn next to him. So this is the only time you'll start to fight before you have full mana. Do you see how much easier that was? That was about 5 times easier. That wasn't just twice as easy to kill him. That was about 5 times as easy. You notice.
President Trump praised Secret Service and law enforcement for their quick work tonight in protecting guests. Watch.
You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms.
And you're supposed to clear back here. That's sort of good form.
Protect our Constitution.
It's kind of a good idea.
How quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted. Our country have.
That guy, we never fight. He's like our neighbor. We can wave to him. That soulless ghoul is like over there in our neighbor's yard is our neighbor. That soulless ghoul is our neighbor. And he just watches us do this the whole time. Yep, we'll wave to him. Same with this soulless ghoul over here. We never fight him. We never cross him. We never need to. He's just our neighbor officially.
That's when we look at the video, we see the suspect running past the magnetometers, and that's where the officers start shooting back at him. But if the reporting, yes, he did not shoot.
Bad for flame wave. That was a bad blast wave. My beat. I missed 2 targets on that blast wave. Always wait to have those come in range. That was my B. Unforced error number 2.
This all would have happened during that time. You can imagine how many people may have been killed, even in that lobby area. And so that's a scary thought. And thankfully, like our colleague Wolf Blitzer was there on a bathroom break nearby, just a few feet away from this gunman. Thankfully, he was not shot. But Wolf says, he was sort of shooting wildly 5 or 6 times into the air. And thankfully, the officers, Secret Service there, were able to contain that threat and protect Wolf.
Yes, speaking of shooting wildly, people don't know what an unforced error is. And even when they look it up and find out it's in tennis and read the definition, they still don't know what an unforced error is. Because they're just so psychologically caught up in themselves. They can't get out of their own heads, as people say.
Any further progress into that space that you and so many others were in celebrating the First Amendment, CNN's. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Paul. Alex, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Judging by their haircuts, those 2 guys have no idea what an unforced error is either. And I still don't even really know. To be honest with you, for the callback joke, to be honest with you, I don't even really know what an unforced error is. Not really. Fucking sitting sideways over here with the joint. I just did that. Still roasting the joint.
I would have a lot more questions, but it seemed like to me everything worked pretty well for this. This isn't something new that we've seen, and I believe in July of 1998 you saw the same thing happen at the Capitol when a Capitol police officer was killed. That when people approached the metal detectors and they realized, all right, this is where I'm going to get caught with this weapon, that's when they launched their attack. So this isn't something new that we've seen.
Jeffrey, one of the things that really stuck out to me is once we heard from D.C. officials laying out what they knew at that point, which is they suspect that this individual was actually a guest at that hotel.
Watch this. This is going to be like a Frost Mage fight. It's really funny. Oh, and the counter spell. See, I fucked up the counter spell. Not that cool. I should have been able to do that and got away from the searing ghoul right there. I was hitting the joint, and I'm 2 seconds behind where I should have been.
Well, so many of the places that the president and vice president go are public areas, to include Mar-a-Lago, Bedminster, New Jersey.
Actually, now that I think about the beginning of that fight, I was probably 4 seconds behind where I should have been. When the searing ghoul spawned on top of us, I should have been able to get away.
It's impossible for us to screen every person that's going to come in there. We also have to allow commerce to happen. Like, we don't want to shut down that entire hotel. I do believe.
Yeah, hey, we got some cloth. Oh my god, my fucking Scourge thing isn't on. God damn me. Fuck putting on demonstrations for other people. If I wasn't explaining everything to you guys, I would have told myself you don't have your Argent Dawn commission on. Palm pyro him.
Absolutely. We saw him come back to Butler, Pennsylvania after.
Never palm pyro right there. I just did that because I'm angry. That was an angry palm pyro. Yeah.
There were times in my career where we said, hey, this probably isn't a good idea, and the president listened to us. But for the most part, they're going to go where they go, and we need to make it as safe as the White House is.
Sometimes you accidentally let off a palm pyro like that. That was an intentional angry palm pyro to make a point. That was a fashion statement of a palm pyro. Some palm pyros are fashion statements. That's the Fire Majory Guru quotation that you need. Oh, by the way, don't pull these groups until they fully respawn, like I just did.
Textbook version of what Secret Service agents are trained to do in those moments?
Yeah, pretty much. Look, you don't want to absolutely 100% jump up and run, because you might be running into, if it's an organized attack, you might be running into a worse environment than the one that you're actually in at that moment. So what you do is, just like happened here, there's a tactical pause that happens. Guys all in black come out to secure that close perimeter around the president. So if we needed a tactical egress, if they had to help us fight our way out, or if there were multiple attackers in the room, they can address that while the men and women in suits were going to get the president. It worked exactly how it should. That quick tactical pause to make sure we're not running to a worse environment. You get on the radio, let everybody know, hey, we're coming out right now. All these it pretty much worked exactly how it should.
It was almost identical.
Yep, there it is.
It was so similar to what we saw play out in Butler, Pennsylvania, where you see some of those agents go onto the stage, and then the tactical.
Yeah, that's why marching was so effective in World War Part 2. Because what I just did right there, fighting and killing people constantly can be like marching. It can be like monotonous left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, killing people. Like really creatively, eccentrically killing people. It can become monotonous, like marching down the street, left, right, left, right. And that's exactly what I just did. Like that little dance I just did.
Give him a call to learn more. What if hospital? Sorry, me and my wife just stepped out of the. There's only one original. Out towards the back door. She's actually standing close to where the woman was. That you just referenced a moment ago, near the.
Let's go. I'm gonna dampen magic, everybody. Everybody gets a dampen. I bet we'll do really good. I bet we will do really well and spread good around the land.
She's doing well. She's soundly asleep here. Just so thankful to be back home and have my three little ones safely tucked in bed. Have my wife safe in bed. But she's
drop that. Oh yeah, drop the Stormpike battle standard, and thank you for reminding me to take my Argent Dawn commission off. I don't know why the battle standard reminded me, but it did. That's some psychology I don't even know. Finally, we found a psychology phenomenon which I can't not explain for once. God damn it. I have stayed up every night, all night, since about 2005 or something. And we were really pushing it in 2001. All right, here we go. I don't have dampen on. I dampened everyone else except me. Here we go. Not good. Not good at all. See, I'm so nonchalant about everything. I always gotta be so fucking nonchalant about it. I should have defended the flag with the ramrod guy. Whatever. You know what it is? I really have to take that way more seriously. You know what it is? I'm trying to get one fire blast in, and it's not the time. It's really not the time for that. It'll eventually. This is good for me though. The whole thing is good for me because eventually I'll get it. I'll be like, okay, this is it. Whatever we need, I'm not on that level yet. I'm not gonna grab. Yeah, here you don't grab the flag. You go in and you fight the tank. Who Van is. Watch this. Watch this, everyone. Oh, I shouldn't have released. We should have watched that hunter clean up. There was a hunter on our team shooting everyone. We should have watched him clean up. Don't do what I just did. I almost missed the res. I almost hardcore missed the res. I have to stop using that word now because it doesn't mean what it means anymore. But. Dude. Yeah, I just got to get, we'll get it this time. I just got to, we'll get it. We'll get it this time. I got to get the rhythm right. It's like an old jazz blues, man, and he's just got to get his foot tapping the toe right on that first beat. He comes in at a hell of a note on that, you know what I mean? And it's like, I don't got the beat on this yet, but we'll get the beat down, and we'll make a hell of a song. Nope, I don't need any material or reagent or item at all. Nothing for that. Just need to get the beat. Nothing, no physical substance or electronic substance can help you get the beat on that. You just got to go in there and get my hands in the clay. The other day I said, sometimes I just got to get my hands in the clay. Like, the words don't do enough for me. The words are important. It sounded, when I said that, it sounded like we didn't need the words. And that's not what I meant. I still need the words. I'm just saying that there comes a point where I personally have to get my hands into the clay. But we still need the words to be said, whether I can hear them or not. You know?
One of the strange things about America is how normal this is now.
I was talking to some European diplomats who were in the room as well, and they were conveying that to me.
Am I screaming into this microphone right now? I can't even hear myself. I can't even hear myself think right now.
There was a shooting outside that this diplomat had witnessed as well. So,
Let me listen to my own stream. That's like hearing yourself think. Hello? Check 1 2 2 2 2. Oh no, you know what? I think I turned this down. Oh yeah, I have us minus 5 dB and I brought our gain down. So yeah, I sort of took care of that already. But I fixed the sound system. I think officially, unless it starts to break right now, all right, like lightning strike me dead right now, I think we fixed the sound system. Electricity from the sound system strike me dead through the headphones right now. I think we fixed the sound system. It feels like we've been hit by a bolt of lightning. Remember how long my sound system was having issues? What that means is that the X570 motherboard audio... No, not audio in. The X570 motherboard USB 3.2 input has trouble with the USB send output from the Mixer MG16XU. And I had so much buyer's remorse about having the USB send technology added to the Mixer that I wouldn't give it up. I couldn't give it up. And I just needed to finally give up on it and then go line in. I just needed to go line in on the motherboard, and it was fine. So what that means is the issue is not the Mixer, and I'm really glad about that. That was the most important part, because I can't fix that Mixer. I mean, I do have the technology and the tools to unscrew it, but like I don't want to get that not high on weed to open up my Mixer. So like I really don't want to open up the Mixer and tinker around in there. So I really want to be like, yeah, it's not the Mixer. I don't think it's the Mixer. It could be. It still could be. It could be the USB 2.0 output on the Mixer. It also could just be my computer. The X570 motherboard USB 3.2 input jack that slot, the input slot, that might be the issue. And it might have compatibility issues between 2.0, USB 2.0 and 3.2. But here's the point. Here's the other thing. I put the mixer USB 2.0 into USB 2.0 in on the motherboard because it has two USB 2.0 inputs on the motherboard, on the X570 motherboard. So what that means is eventually, if we can fix it, it'll be like on the computer. You can open your computer and put a new motherboard in, or whatever. Use a different computer motherboard. Computers, you can replace things. Computers have modular. Computers are modular, right? You can put in something and take something out. The mixer is not. The sound mixer is not really. You need to be a technician to open that thing and mess with it, kind of. Even though I have the tools. And I have the tools and technology to probably mess around in there. But I'm not a technician like that. So what that means though is that the mixer no, it's not the mixer. It could be the USB 2.0 send from the mixer, though. It could be. But, so yeah, it actually could be that. I can't decide whether I want the X570 motherboard to have a problem with it, or whether I want the mixer's USB send to have a problem with it. I think I would prefer the USB send technology in the mixer to be subpar rather than have my main computer motherboard be subpar. I think I'd rather prefer that. So let's hope it's just the U in the MG16XU part of the mixer, a Yamaha mixer. That way my motherboard can be cool and the rest of the whole mixer can be cool. And we can all be cool and, most importantly, sound cool. I almost palm pyroed that flesh golem for the lose.
Shots that were happening upstairs?
Yes, the Washington Times had a number of tables a little bit further back in the room, and just to sort of take you into the headspace of folks that were there, as it's been said, there's still a lot of things that we don't know, but at the evening, folks had filed into the room. They've been sort of talking to each other for...
So you know how I always cast Fire Ward? Around here, I'm casting Frost Ward. And I probably should cast Frost Ward more often.
And so folks have kind of settled into the dinner. There've been a few initial announcements and initial introductions before any of the shots actually started. At the table that we were seated at, you could actually hear several shots.
Yeah, precast Frost Ward. Precast Frost Ward, and just one Skeletal Warlord here. Don't even try to get anything else. This is how we're doing this.
For a number of us, has been mentioned, it's not the first shooting that we've experienced, and at least for some of us, especially in this sort of defense environment, you're a little bit more...
You see that? I ran back for the Fire Blast just so he wouldn't despawn. And done. And I don't have my trinket on. But I don't know if you can tell, I realized my trinket was not on faster than before.
Together with all of your colleagues to essentially celebrate. And as it's been mentioned, the first time the President Donald Trump himself had decided to attend the White House Correspondent.
That's why the raid leader never needs to really yell at me. And in fact, nobody ever really needs to yell at Fire Major Guru, even though I need you to tell me when I really need to know something. Like, use your hourglass sand right now. I'll use it. But like when it comes to, when it comes to how are we going to get Anaxagoras to be better than he was by saying something mean to him, it'll never work. Because I just get better and better and better without anyone saying anything. But like if there's a blind spot, like Anaxagoras doesn't have his trinket on, tell him. But eventually he'll tell you you don't have your trinket on. Like when I told everyone we need to put our own Ani cloak on. That's the best picture ever of. Yeah, he's got the look on his face. Whoever stopped the still on his face knew what they were doing, because that's the perfect look. Or he practiced that face for this occasion. But how could you not? If that's who you are, how could you not? That's probably your whole life. Yeah. Like I think I can do this. When you think you got it, you got it. And of course I don't have it. Ooh, big evocate. Big evocate. Nope, now I'm running. They wanted to get me to run, I'm running. I'm suing. It's like that. What movie? It was like a movie or a TV show. It's like calling my lawyer, and then it cuts to him, and he's on the phone. I'm suing. I'm gonna ask the AI right now. What movie has the cut to the lawyer on the phone? No. Lawyer saying into the phone, I'm suing, comma, I'm suing, quote, end quote, as a joke. It's Family Guy? You're kidding me. You know what? They must have played the commercial on Cartoon Network when I was in college 1,000 times. And that's where I know it from. And that's why I don't know which movie it's from, because it's from a commercial that they played 1,000 times for me, you know. It's just burned into my lexicon.
Pretty much rushed this security screen point, checkpoint, and then was stopped just a few feet beyond that. So that tells us that at least that layer worked. In terms of perhaps how authorities may revisit their security plan moving forward, especially if this event, as the president hopes, will take place in the next.
Yep, pull him in. Inclusion. Arcane Explosion is an institution of inclusion. What do they say in business? This station is an agent of inclusion, right? The views of this station necessarily reflect the values of inclusion and diversity and equality. And remind us the difference between equity and equality. No. I'm in DEI right now. I'm in the guild DEI right now over here. Well, apparently not exactly right now. DEI forever. It means Latin divide et impera. It divide and conquer. Divide et imperia, or divide et impera. Anyway, my guild name, everybody picks their own Italian or Latin guild name, and my guild name in Latin was Angelus Formidalosus, Angel Sphere. That was the very first time I ever used a language translator in my entire life, was when we chose our guild names in DEI, in Latin. And it was like a homemade program. But yeah, I never really considered that the first time I ever used a language translator. It had to be. Maybe it wasn't. It had to be the first time.
Someone may take a run at the president, may fire a shot at the president, and the key thing to keep in mind is what all these agents are thinking.
I'm gonna end it here.
How do we get to the president? Where are we taking him? And how are we getting him to a safe place? In this case, that safe place happened to be the White House.
I think we've seen enough. Oh, I picked up a corrupted Corruptor's Scourge Stone.
Think that they, in their mind, would say, "Well, my work is done," but that's not the case. I mean, they are on.
That's sort of why I'm here, and we can get more. I picked it up off the Patchwork Flayer, though. I didn't even get it off the Summoner. Yeah. Alright, I'm out. I'm out of here. I'll log out on the bridge, and then when we log in, we'll try and figure out where we get the boons. Apparently, you can pick up some chrono booster boons or something. Oh no, the boons, the supercharged chrono boon displacer. They're in Anderhall over here, so next time on this show we'll figure that out, because we're right here. I'm the glorious Lord Erickson Krona, the Seneschal of the Ingot House, the author of QAnon, the Fire Major Guru as seen on YouTube, the Arena Master, Battle Master, Gladiator, Field Marshal, and Exagorist of the Alliance, by the title The Venom of Evil. This is DJ Real Draw. And as we say where I'm from in Digital Utopia, farewell. Farewell to you, farewell to everyone, farewell everyone. Farewell everything. Farewell to all this, farewell all that, farewell all that stuff. Farewell. We say hail, and then at the end we say farewell. Farewell to you, farewell to them, farewell to everyone. Farewell, everybody. I'm single, never married, no kids, you know what I mean? We keep saying it, nobody cares.
That's how this played out. Richard
I'm gonna go be by
Starpoli,
myself
Service, thank you, Richard, for your service in this country and your insight. This evening we'll get more. Thank you, sir. Throughout the evening, of course. Radar reporters cover stories, but last night they were a part of it. We will have more in our continuing coverage of the gunfire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as our Fox News coverage continues this early Sunday morning.
Farewell.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide...
Oh yeah, we don't want to have a blank screen, so I gotta make the screen big. Farewell. Unless I'm just talking to myself down here, you know.